All right, I think we're live. This should be fun. Welcome to my live stream. I am Joshua Kemble, and as usual, I'm going to be working on comics. I'm on like page 19 of 131 pages that I think I have to do for for 2 stories. On the previous stream that I did this morning, I thought I had like finished a chapter, and I realized I've been doing these chapter by chapter, and I still have 2 pages left to ink. So that's good. 2 pages means I can make more progress. So my goal for this stream is hopefully to, at minimum, ink this panel. And on these streams, I'm going to try more often than not. Let me turn down the light. I feel like it's a little extreme. Hold on a sec. Maybe that's a little better, just so I don't look like a blown out glowing orb. So for these streams, I'm going to be trying, especially for night streams, to kind of have like a hard out around like 2 in the morning, so that I don't end up like dying the next day as I go to work, because I work full time as an art director. So anyhow, as usual with this stream, I'm just going to introduce myself for anybody who might be tuning in for the first time. I'm Joshua Kemble. I've been a freelance illustrator and graphic designer for over 15 years professionally. I've been an art director going on my 7th year of doing that at a local company. And when I'm not art directing or freelancing or hanging out with my kid, because I'm a dad and a husband, when I'm not doing dadding or husbanding, then I'm working on graphic novels, which I'm really passionate about. The type of graphic novels I do are not your typical comics. I tend to do like slice of life and autobiographical stuff. And then I have another project that I'll probably be live streaming when I work on that as well, coming up in a few weeks. That's for a historical fiction book about the Brownings, Robert and Elizabeth Browning. And so that's a little bit about like what I work on these streams and what these streams are about. And then I'll just talk like off the cuff. I'll have friends in every once in a while, other artists. If you're an artist out there and you want to join in and converse on the stream, that's cool. It's been interesting doing these streams. I've ended up in like debates before on these things. I've ended up having some really wild kind of philosophical conversations. But mostly it's just it's a format for us to draw to. So if you're creating and you're working on stuff, hopefully this will work as like a way to kind of encourage people to work on stuff. And speaking of working on stuff, we're about to be joined by someone who is always working on stuff with no excuses, and that is Frank, also known as Captain Goggles. How's it going, Frank?
Hey everyone, good.
Yeah, how do you like the new backdrop?
Nice, I like it.
All right.
That comes with the StreamYard, the premium package.
I think so. So I'm gonna roll with this and see how it goes. For people out there, if you find it distracting to have the back white on this, then let me know and we can go back to like it's sort of a more muted background. Because at the end of the day, we're doing these streams as a way to hang out, make art, and it's mostly for you guys. So, and also for me to have people to hang out with while I work, because I kind of view this. I don't know, Frank, if you view it this way either, but to me, it's like kind of like having friends at a studio. So it's kind of like this is what it would be like in the bullpen with me and Frank and whoever else wants to join in, real quick before we get going, Frank's joining early, which is awesome. But before we kind of get heavy into it, I want to just mention how people can get stuff like that's by me. So Jacob's Apartment is my graphic novel about 2 star-crossed lovers that basically find themselves drawn together as they're from 2 opposite perspectives. One's a Christian, one's an atheist, and they end up kind of finding themselves interconnecting at a point in their lives where they're both experiencing complete identity crises. So, and then they have interweaving dreams and all sorts of fun stuff. It's a very like heady book. I read a review of it that was put on Goodreads where somebody had described it as like shocking that the book gets into theology, but it's interesting. So I don't know if that's up your alley. You guys might kind of find it interesting because they were saying it's usually really pedantic when people get into theology in books, but they enjoyed it. So yeah, it gets into weird, heavy life questions, questioning faith, all sorts of stuff. And it's a book I'm proud of. It's the first graphic novel I ever finished, and it's the second one that'll be published. The first one that is out for your buying enjoyment is Two Stories, which is my comic about faith and mental illness, hand-lettered, handed to you in print. Right now, you can get this at any online bookstore, but I would personally recommend you probably get it through Amazon or through your local comic book shop. And Amazon has the luxury of free shipping if you have Amazon Prime, and you can get it at a really reduced cost there. But from what I've heard from people, they tend to enjoy it. So it's a heavy book again. These are like slice of life autobio books. They're definitely not for kids. And this one talks pretty openly about suicide and suicidal ideation, panic disorder, and manic depression. And so it's a heavy book, but I think it's worthwhile. And I think it's an important subject to talk about openly because I feel like there's a lot of people kind of treat like mental health issues with like kid gloves and or like oh, let's talk about brighter subjects. And I like the fact that in this book I just kind of lean into it and go, no, we're talking about this really difficult to talk about and write about subject. So yeah, that's this book. It also has fun stuff, childhood stories of dressing up like Indiana Jones, and that'll do it. All right, Frank, before we get into it, you want to let everybody know where they can find your stuff as well? if you're able.
Yeah.
Okay.
You can find my stuff on Etsy. I have many comics there. I have the Captain Galga's Maskellman issue 1 and issue 2, and there's also a little side story with Maskellman. You can get all 3 for the same price, so you can get it in one bundle. And there's also some extra stuff in there that you can get. You can find my channel on Salazar Art Nation. I have links to everything in there. If you want to get digital comics as well, I can have it on my Gumroad, so there's links in my descriptions. And you can also find me on Instagram under Salazar Art Nation.
Awesome. Yeah, and you guys definitely should be following Frank. He's a good dude, and he is the moderator for this channel too. So like, he's a good mod, and I encourage you guys give him a sub or two, right? Just as a thank you for the work he does in keeping the strange folks out of the chats. Or encouraging the strange folks in the chats. Yeah, so I'll also say at the top too, it's been pretty fun, but we have this little thing going with super chats where I will pretty much read anything that's super chatted in the super chats as long as it's not demeaning to other people or like entire groups of people. As long as it's okay with like YouTube TOS, then I will read it. And if it's demeaning to myself, I'm totally open with reading it. So whatever you want to put in the super chats, feel free. And if you want like a guest or somebody else like to address a question, just when you do a super chat, whoever you're trying to kind of have say it or read it or address it, just say their name at the beginning of the chat. But I'm imagining since it's so late and we may not get like a mad amount of super chats, but hey, you never know. Cause like the other day, that people went pretty crazy with the super chats. So who knows? All right, cool. So we're going to get into this and I'm going to basically be drawing and working on this page and stuff and kind of getting the flow again. Cause I've had a pretty busy day. So Frank, how's your Sunday gone so far, buddy?
Good. Not bad. This morning, I missed church because last night I took some cough medicine, and it. So, So was it this morning that we're talking about that I took the a COVID test?
Yeah. Luckily, you're negative. That's good.
Yeah. So yeah, so I took the cough medicine after the test because I had like a little like my head was getting warm, but I think it might just be this light because I've been under this for a while.
Oh, interesting. So it might
So
just be too hot of a light, huh?
yeah, so because I'm starting to feel it again now, and I've been like here for a bit, so I think that might have been it.
You know,
Um,
I use one of those little like streaming ring light things. Here, I'll kind of pull it in here. See this?
yeah.
I use this thing, and it's awesome because I mean, I also have like a ring light around the
Yeah.
camera, but it's nice because also these because they're LED, I don't think they get super hot, which is great.
Hmm.
So that might be worth looking into.
Yeah, I have I have a like a photography light. Uh, so that's usually what I use when I stream. I turn off the lights and then I have that on. So I might just do that now. So
Yeah.
so I don't
It's
have like light just right on my head.
yeah. Also, just so it doesn't get like super hot. Yeah, I think that
Yeah.
might be a good idea.
All right. So let me do it now. It won't take long.
Cool. So while Frank sets up his lighting, I guess I'll just talk a little bit about the part of the story that I'm working on. So the part that I've been inking for like the last few weeks is actually it was a really weird part to write. Um, because it's like this it's one of the best and worst memories I have of my father. And so it's kind of getting into this sequence of story that like is designed to kind of tell you a little bit about um like basically the first book kind of deals with like depression and sort of like the main arc of the story is like sort of when I lived in Portland, Oregon, and like sort of things fell apart like for me mentally in my relationship, all sorts of stuff like that. The second book, the way I've structured it is kind of getting a little bit into the why. So some of the situational reasons beyond just like sort of the fact that like for people like myself like we're pretty prone to like depression and stuff like that anyway, but there were definitely situational reasons behind where I was at in my life at that time. And so one of the things was actually still kind of mourning the loss of my father, who had died of cancer. And so this first like sort of section of the book, like the first part of the book kind of goes into now I'm kind of forgetting my own structure here. This is why I pre-script everything. So the first part of the book, we kind of flash forward and we're going to see the character at a bar. um, I love I love that Gary says evening gents. And I don't know if that's an intentional shout out to because like Corey and I did an indie book review back when we were doing the indie review show of like a book by Graham Annabelle, and it has a short comic where there's a character that they're constantly teasing that always every time he's introduced he says evening gents. And so anytime Gary says that, I don't know if it's a shout out to that episode or if it's just a happy coincidence. But anyhow, welcome, Gary. If you want to hop on, you're more than welcome. Adam, if you wanted to hop in too, you're more than welcome. Just let me know in the chats. I'll send you a link. I think Gary might already have a link. Gary's on that group chat, right? Frank?
Yeah. Yes, he's on there.
Okay.
I haven't
So,
banned
yeah.
him yet.
Anyhow, so you guys are both more than welcome, and you're also more than welcome to just kind of hang and listen. So anyhow, I'm getting into this part where right now I'm inking a story that I drafted that's the one of the best and worst memories I have of my father. And so it's been interesting to kind of work on. I do enjoy the inking stage because I don't have to like it doesn't take as much of like an emotional toll as it does to like write a scene like this or even draw it. Because at this point I'm just kind of plugging and playing, But yeah, so it's a very like heartfelt kind of emotional scene where I'm being like a snotty teenager who's getting kicked out of the house. And in retrospect, of course, I know in retrospect that I was a snotty, stupid teenager who kind of had it coming. But at the time, I was furious and just thought it was the most unjust thing. And I decided to write it, from the first person perspective, as the whole book is written. So it kind of shows it from the perspective and thought of me as a teenager. And so that's a weird headspace to get yourself into, because it's like trying to think. Like now I know I really am convinced like my father was in the right in that situation. But like then I didn't. And so when I'm writing it, I'm having to narrate it as like a pissed off teenager. That's a weird headspace to get yourself in when you're writing. But anyhow, so that's just giving people a little clue as to like a little bit of the sequence that I'm working on in my book. So yeah. And then Adam said he can join in a few minutes. And then Gary said, I'm already in bed, so I can't hop on, but I'm going to listen for a bit. Okay, Gary. I don't know, Gary. You could get if you start doing bed streams, we might be able to get way more super chats. That's all I'm saying. Like, people are going to be like, we need to see more of that Hodges fellow.
Not that much more, but
Suddenly we're getting flooded with super chats that are just like, I need to see those Mars bots. No, I don't know. I'm trying to think. Anyhow, you're a handsome guy, Gary. That's the point of that. That is the point of that that discussion. You would get mad donos.
They will all go to Josh, but they'd be in your honor.
Yeah, that's the thing. It'll go to me, but it would be very flattering for you. Speaking of, Gary, I also have set up an OnlyFans for you, and it's all the profit goes to me, but I'm just saying. No, I'm just kidding. All right. Anyhow, Gary said like John and Yoko. Exactly. You're doing like a press conference. That would actually be hilarious if like suddenly Gary came on stream and he's wearing like a white robe. And he's just been doing press conferences from his bed for like half a day. Anyhow, how long did they do that? Did they do that for like a whole day? Or was it like a week? I can't remember how long.
I don't know.
Oh, I got to send Adam the link. Hang on. And then Gary called me on it and said, pimping ain't easy, Josh. It's true. It's true. I'm just trying to set up a little thing here on YouTube, okay, guys?
That's actually funny because I posted today, I think it was this morning, the 3 portraits I did for nice. The comic. I put it on Instagram and I tagged Jeff and Gib, and Gib commented not that long ago, like, why did you dress me like a pimp?
Well, I mean, come on, Gib. Everybody knows that. Like, if anyone in our circle is a pimp, it's Gib. It's Gib. Yeah. All right. So let me. I have to share this link. It's funny. There's like folks that I should probably just automatically start giving a heads up when I'm about to go live.
I probably won't be able to stay that long. I was in a conversation with Anna, so.
Oh yeah. Back. Yeah, dude. No worries, man. More than welcome to have Anna on here too if she wants to come on.
I think she's still just like resting.
Okay, got it. So yeah, so it's an interesting thing, like kind of working on this sequence. I find like that's the hardest part of auto-bio stuff is you end up like, I think if you're doing it right, you end up kind of having to get into territories that are really uncomfortable. But that kind of might fit my personality a bit because I tend to lean into kind of uncomfortable things, I mean, anybody who's familiar with the stream, I'll lean into an uncomfortable conversation sometimes, So maybe it's like I was designed to do autobio stuff.
Maybe. You should do an autobio on in the format of streaming.
Oh yeah?
Like it's all set up like the streaming panels, and it's like all these conversations you've had.
It might be kind of fun to do. Oh man, see that's the problem. I'm already booked for like a year
Yeah.
or so. But I do feel like when I clear up, I don't know, that might be kind of cool to implement streaming into it somehow. I know that Dave Baker, who we had on Artcasters, he has a book that he wrote that's illustrated by Nicole Gu, who he collaborates with a lot. And it was called Everyone is Tulip, and it's like the primary focus of it is about like social media. And it's pretty cool. They do a lot of like paneling and stuff based on like phones and social media sharing and stuff. It's really interesting.
Oh, okay.
But it's sort of like a horror. I mean, it's not really a horror, but it's like a coming of age story, but in the realm of like somebody trying to become like a social media icon. And it's interesting. It's a pretty good book. I'd recommend it. I feel like Dave's been doing really cool work. But yeah. But that would be kind of fun. Maybe I could implement that. Because that's the thing I'm trying to think about. Like, I think I told you, Frank, I want to do like a an all ages comic. Like when I'm done with this and Not Death But Love, the Brownings book.
Yeah.
When I'm done with those two books, I think I want to do like an all ages book, and I think I want it to be about like bands, like in junior high, like the kind of band dynamic.
Yeah.
But it's like I'm not sure if I want it to take place in the 90s, as it did in my life. You know, and like I know it would be probably highly fictionalized in this case. I don't think this would be a pure autobio story. But what I'm wondering about is like if I place it in the current day and age, I may actually be too out of touch with like what is current.
What's hip and cool.
Yeah, with like I don't know, to like pull that off. I don't know. So what are your thoughts on that? Like Oh my goodness. You guys, we're joined by Larz Lazarus.
Hello, this is Larz Lazarus.
Okay.
Oh my goodness, Larz.
It is really me. It is my connection is not that good, so that's why it does not look like I am moving.
Oh my gosh, I'm such a fan of your show. I listen on AM radio all the time. I think you're almost like a prophet, Larz. You depict the future so accurately. I'm nervous to Frank. I don't even know what to ask Larz. I'm nervous to talk to him. I've been a fan for such a long time.
Larz, what do you see in my future, Larz?
In your future, Frank, I see foggy goggles. Foggy goggles.
That's my autobio.
Please stay away from those websites.
I love the idea of foggy goggles because now I'm envisioning it's kind of like the Tears of a Clown conversation we had a couple days ago, where it's like the tears of Captain Goggles.
Foggy Goggles was also the name of Steely Dan's second album.
Oh my goodness.
Foggy Goggles.
Such a wealth of knowledge, Larz.
Joshua, I have a prediction for you.
Oh no. Do I want to know, Larz? Is it a
Yes.
I'm so nervous. Okay. Go for it, Larz.
Ladies
and gentlemen, this is Larz Lazarus joining us live, who's about to do a bold prediction. All right, go Larz.
In the year 2029, you will legally change your name to Joshua Kemble.
Oh my gosh, how did you know I was thinking about that as a
And you will get all of the correct mail sent to you.
oh my gosh. I'm just stunned by this because I can believe that. I've been thinking about
I
this.
knew that Frank was going to cough. I knew it. I just didn't say it.
Okay, we have a sourced question from the chats from Gary Hodges who says, Larz, tell me, will my voice acting in the next Luhan production make me billions?
It will make you billions of friends and admirers.
Yes, it's good exposure, Gary. It's good exposure.
Yes, and Gary loves to be exposed. So
That's true, and that's why everyone should check out Gary Hodges' OnlyFans. I'm just throwing it out there. It's just Gary. If you want to get that set up with me, that's great. Let's make this happen.
I like that I am promoting a movie that is nearly 2 years old, but it's okay.
I am stunned.
No, I don't know. I'm not a mathematician. I'm a psychic.
I will say, if you guys want to find out more about Larz Lazarus, you should check him out on YouTube. You can look for Jim Luhan. He's a filmmaker who posted the documentary about Larz Lazarus. And I would just recommend you guys go check that out.
Yes, go to jimluhan.com and watch all of his movies. Comment, tell your friends. And he has a pitifully low amount of subscribers. I mean, geez, people, come on. There's people that pick their nose for a living that get more subscribers than Jim. What's going on with that, man? And another thing, man, what is this accent? I don't know. I don't even know. What is going on here?
I've wondered that for a really long time.
All right, I will tell you the big secret. Ready?
Okay.
It's Bretvian. Yes, you did not know that, but it is Bretvian.
Oh my gosh, I could kind of.
Bretvia.
Oh my gosh, I could definitely see that.
I might have to leave. Xana just messaged me, so we're having a conversation about the Warp Anchor 7. But
all right, man.
I knew that was going to happen, Frank. I just did not say.
Yeah, it's true.
Okay. Foggy goggles on.
Yes.
There we go.
Hang in there, Frank. All right, we just had Frank bail because he has to go speak with Anna, which is good. And we have Larz Lazarus joining us.
Oh, hold on. I'm getting another prediction. I feel like the signal will cut out and somebody else's signal will cut in. Hold on.
Oh my goodness. Oh wow. Okay, technical failure here. And
hey Josh, I just logged in. What's going on?
Jim, you aren't going to believe this, but like we were joined by the world-renowned psychic Larz Lazarus.
What?
Yeah, like he I mean, it was like mind-blowing. Like Gary is in the chats. His mind is blown. He just said he said Larz knew about my exposure. It's astounding. Like he made like these very accurate predictions. I'm a believer now. I'm
oh my gosh. And we've all seen Gary's exposure, and it is astounding.
Yes.
So, congratulations, Gary.
So how you doing, Jim?
Good. Just now that Frank left, I'm left here with you.
I know you're stuck. Well, you can bail too, by the way, just in case you were wondering.
So
you're not stuck.
Tomorrow's going to be a big art day for me. I'm actually off tomorrow.
Nice.
And I'm going to be working on Sugar Machine both of the day. So I really need you to maybe make this stream go 9 or 10 hours of good entertainment so I could listen to it while I go.
That sounds good. I'll give it a shot. I will give it the best shot I can. Yeah, because I gotta at least get this panel done. That's my goal tonight. But I can't do 10 hours. That's the downside because then I'd be at work.
That would just live stream from work. That's all.
Yeah, that goes over very well.
Josh, when do you sleep?
Do
you sleep?
That is the catch. I kind of don't sleep as often as I should. Although I am trying to do better with having like a hard out on these streams at about 2. If I do that, then I'm functional.
You definitely need to get into a routine of sleeping because this is a marathon, not a sprint. You're in this for the long haul because you have this project that you're going to be working on for like a year or so straight.
Yeah.
So I don't want you to Sid Barrett on us. So
Well, I mean,
or document it if you do.
yeah, because I was gonna say like the weird thing is I've run on very low sleep like I mean that's the only way I've done graphic novels. It's just like I don't really have time, so I just make the time.
Hey,
And usually that means just carving into my sleep just a little bit, you know.
Kittens. People love kittens, and they will get you hits.
Yeah, that's true. That is true. You guys, there's a cat, and this is YouTube. This is like a shout out to what built YouTube. That cat built YouTube.
She's an LOL cat.
That's awesome.
By the way, I heard you use that term, and I don't even know what that means. You use all kinds of terms. You said edgelord the other day. I'm like, okay, Josh is just making up words now. I know what that means now, edgelord, but I don't know what LOL cat is.
A lol cat is just I think it comes from, and this is where I think Adam's going to be joining us at some point, and he'd probably be able to, he's more hip to the internet knowledge, but from my understanding, a lol cat is like just a cat meme online. And then I think a lol cat became a bigger meme when that like cat Pop-Tart thing happened. Have you ever seen that?
No. Proudly, I have not.
It's like a GIF animation of a cat that's a Pop-Tart, and like it's flying through space with like a rainbow behind it.
No, but I'm sure China is laughing at us right now.
Yeah, the internet is a strange place, Jim.
It's okay, we're only contributing to it, though.
I know. I'm liking these streams though, but it is a weird thing because it's like I'm pretty much just doing these to like hang out while
I totally get it. I was telling that to Leanne. I was saying it's you have this huge project that you're going to be working on for so long, and you could either isolate yourself and work on it by yourself, or you can work on it and shoot the shit, you know.
Yeah.
That's why I work a lot of times. I work at coffee shops, and I tuck myself away in the corner. I'm not unlike Gary, I'm not an exhibitionist.
Yeah, that's true.
But I just, I don't want people coming up going, "Hey, what are you working on?" So I'll find a coffee shop, tuck myself in the corner, and work on stuff. But it's just the fact of being around people feels good. Feels good.
Oh, we're getting strange slapback.
Hold on, let me put my headphone on real quick.
Oh, I don't think it's from you, Jim.
Sorry, that was me. I got my headphones on now.
Okay, cool.
Hey guys, how's it going? Jim, how's it going?
Hello, Adam Lorray.
Adam Lore. Hey, nice to meet you, Jim. By the way.
You too, Adam. Nice to meet you.
I've spoken with you in the chat and stuff, but.
Yeah, and I feel like you should be announcing an Eagles record or something.
An Eagles record.
Yeah, you have a DJ's voice.
It's a temporary thing. I have a little bit of a cough or something going, so.
You do have a good radio voice, though. Like cough aside, you know.
Yeah.
In my last stream, I was talking about like I have like my voice sounds sexier than usual, and people keep telling me I should be a radio announcer, but it's because I'm slightly sick.
So basically, everybody's telling you need to take up smoking. I'm joking.
So I have a topic that I think you should cover for the next Artcasters, Josh.
Okay.
It's anarchists NFTs.
Oh my gosh, no.
And have Corey and Adam on, and I just think it would be a really good discussion.
I think what I need to do is like somehow control my urge to like get heavy into crazy topics and just be like a moderator in the situation and just be like NFTs, anarchy, go. Like that's where I want to be.
Two things. One is when I listen to your show, it really does make me want to read a book. And I might read a book one day. And then the other thing is, Josh, I know you, and if there's somebody having a philosophical discussion in a parking lot of a Wendy's, you'll pull your car over and run over there and jump in. You can't control that. You have to. That's such a good. You're a really good listener. I've told you this before. You're a really good listener, but I think you're definitely a good debater too.
Interesting. All right.
You're very, very articulate, my friend.
Well, thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah, I don't know what it is that that makes me not be able to. I don't know. It's hard for me to be quiet in most situations.
Well,
dude, how far you're gonna basically be doing like a hardcore run on finishing up your current animation? Like how much longer do you think till you're wrapped?
I keep saying I want to finish it by April. I'm a little bit past the halfway mark with the artwork. This one I'm doing this one a little bit different. I'm doing all of the artwork first and collecting the voices first. So I'm going to have, at the end of this process, I'm going to have all the art, all the voices, and no animation. And then I'm just going to jump into animating and editing at the same time. So this is the first time I've completely done it this way. And the reason is because I'm kind of on an art roll. Like I you know what I mean? I feel like it's, I'm in that zone.
Yeah.
So yeah. One of the things, Josh, and you'll know what I mean by this, and actually Adam will too. One of the blessings about doing music is that when you get sick of doing art, you can jump over to music.
Sure, yeah.
For a long, so that really helps. But
yeah, I was just lamenting that today because I've been so slammed, and I've been having the bug to like record something, and I'm just like I can't, like I literally just can't. And that's kind of driving me a little nuts because I'm like I really do want to like just. I have a song that's like I have like the verse tracked and I was coming up with a chorus for it, and then it's just like sat for like 3 months.
Just sing it here on your live stream. Sing it and record it.
Yeah,
and then we'll remix
sleeping
it
in the house though.
Yeah,
I do like the idea of a collab at some point though. That'd be fun.
Oh, we will, Josh, for sure.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, so back to the right before Adam jumped on, I was harassing Josh about his sleep habits.
Yes.
Like literally, how much do you sleep on average?
Is that for me or Adam?
No, I don't know. Does Adam? Do you not sleep as well?
I tend to actually stay up for very long periods of time and then sleep for very long periods of time. So I have a pretty free flowing schedule, but like I was live streaming for like a ridiculous amount, like 2 days in a row, and then I just like slept for like 20 something hours afterwards.
Wow,
that's impressive.
Wow, that's a lot. Either a lot of coffee, or the authorities are going to come after you.
Yeah, I'm actually kind of curious, Jim, because you are really productive too. So I wonder, like, do you get like a solid 8 like every night, or are you kind of carving into that too with creative hours and stuff?
I haven't slept since 1976. So, hold on, I'm just messing with my headphone. Yeah, I think on average, I go to bed, compared to you, I go to bed really early. I usually go to bed around, I don't know, 10, and I get up super early. And even when I'm not working the day job, I still on weekends wake up really early. Being married, my wife converted me to a morning person. Doesn't mean I wake up and do a somersault out of bed, but like I like waking up really early. I get so much done, in the mornings.
That's awesome.
Yeah, because I mean, when I was back in the day when I was single, I was a nighttime person. I used to like staying up really, really late. And but
nice.
Yeah,
did you sometimes sit and wish you were a kid again, or?
Yeah. I know that's the lyric. Which song is that?
I can't even remember. It's back in the day when I was young.
Oh yeah, that was.
Anymore.
Is that Del the Funky Homo Sapien?
I can't even remember.
I don't know. Del, if you're watching,
it's back in the day.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Isn't it? Back in the day when I was young, I'm not a kid anymore.
Yeah. But
Yeah.
some days I sit and wish I was a kid again.
Somebody Google that. Who Oh wait, I
Yeah,
can
someone
Google
who's
it.
not drawing.
I can Google it. Hold on.
Oh my goodness.
I'm gonna type
Jim.
it back in
Jim was
the
caught not
day.
drawing.
Oh,
That's interesting.
no, it's Ahmad Lewis. It says.
Okay. Yeah, because I was like, I
I
don't
guess that's who
know if
does it. I thought it was somebody
yeah.
else.
Well, that's okay. The other day, I thought I mistook like a song by someone who was not Neil Young as Neil Young. So all is forgiven on the music level now. So do you? So then you're saying you do get like a pretty solid amount of sleep, and then you just wake up really early, or does your waking up cut into your sleep? Or are you kind of
No.
reverse?
I think I get a good amount of. I get an average amount of sleep.
That's good.
Yeah, I definitely do. It's funny. As you get older, you get a new superpower. You get the superpower of being able to fall asleep at any given time.
Oh yeah, I have that.
Do you
think-
really?
Yeah,
You know?
I mean, it's just for me. It's like Ben. Like the second Ben came into existence, like my ability. You go through that like nightmare of like not sleeping for like the first month or two of that, and then like, yeah, it's like you get this. Yeah, it's a weird superpower where it's like, yeah, if I have a window where I couldn't sleep, I would easily fall asleep. Yeah, like I can nap like a madman. Like, and the problem is if I nap, like if no one woke me up or I didn't set an alarm, I'd just sleep for like a good 24 hours.
Really? Wow.
Yeah.
I get I don't know. I definitely have a passion for doing these films because it's like I look forward to waking up really early, like on a weekend, and getting started on it because I can get a whole chunk of stuff done before the day even starts.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
Yeah, I mean that's one advantage from being a morning person, but I don't know, you can get back in the swing. It just takes one good night out, and then you're like, oh, I'm a night person again.
Yeah, that's the thing. I kind of have to be both in a weird way because I do, you know, like I have like a 9 to 5, so it's like, you know, it's an interesting thing, but like for me, I think the big trick is like the little thing I was talking about that I've tried to implement recently, which is like I need to be to sleep by like 2. So if I get to sleep by 2, then I get at least like 5 or 6 hours of sleep, and that's like the maximum that I can go without it really affecting my day. You know?
So Gary Hodges is saying, why is Josh being slippery about his sleep? It's a half hour, isn't it?
Okay, guys, I'm a vampire. I admit it. I don't sleep. I actually, when I do sleep, it's in a coffin. I listen to The Cure a lot. I don't know if I've told you guys this, but yeah, that's
The Cure. Do vampires look like The Cure?
they used to.
Oh, I thought they'd like Vampire Weekend, but I guess not. I guess
Nice.
not.
Nice, yeah.
Hey, do you know why vampires don't go to Sizzler? It's the steaks. I
That's
just
so
made
good.
that up right now. I made
So
that joke
good.
up. That's so good.
Did you make that
Oh
up?
my gosh.
Yeah, I just right now did.
Vampire
Hey, Jim,
jokes,
can I ask you a
guys.
question?
Yes.
Oh yeah. So actually, I want to say something before I ask you. So I was recently sick with COVID, and I had an opportunity to catch up on. I had watched some of your stuff, but I hadn't really sat down and had a chance to really watch like all of your content. So just recently, I watched like tons and tons of your stuff, and I am blown away by it, especially your newer films. It's like everything you do, it just seems like you get better and better.
Oh, thank you, Ann. Thank
But
you.
one thing I noticed is you don't put ads on your videos, right?
No, a long time ago I tried to monetize my channel, and it was just I don't think I get that many views enough to make it worth it. So
I'm curious, how do you finance what you do? Because I mean, you must put so much time into
there's
your movies and stuff.
A couple of different ways. One is Patreon. That's a monthly thing. That helps. But the other thing, there's 3 things. There's that. Then this is actually true. The exposure thing, the whole, do it for exposure. It'll be good for you. That's actually, in my case, true. But in my case, it wasn't somebody else doing something for somebody else for exposure. In my case, it was me putting my own films out for exposure for free, and trying, and it really worked, because that's how the whole Revengeance thing with Bill Plimpton came about, and hey, I don't even think I've even mentioned this on the show. I was one of the designers on Bless the Hearts.
Yeah.
So
you're in the credits.
Yeah, I'm in the credits. You can check it out. So
Damn right.
That's right. So I mean, those things and different relationships came through my YouTube videos. So they brought me a lot of joy. And then the third thing is, and Josh kind of hit the nail on the head, when you have a day job, then everything else is gravy. Like people say I would do this for free. I've literally done this for free for, years and years. And so I really do. I mean, it's a passion of mine. I really like making these films. I would have been a live action filmmaker, but I would have probably had 2 movies instead of, 30. So, but
is that something you want to do with any of your films? Or other ideas you have in the future?
In a heartbeat, I would do it in a heartbeat.
You have just an amazing. I mean, like you have like a really great balance of humor and cartooniness, and then just like David Lynch or like Wes Anderson level like cinematography, like just the tone, the balance of that tone is really something that is not common at all. I love the balance of all that stuff that you do.
Thank you, and I'm gonna tell Josh to just permanently keep you in the corner on the show at all times. That's really nice,
But yeah, it'd be great to see a live action film, like a live action Jim Lujan film would be something else.
Yeah. At this point, I want to see Gary in the chats get jealous and be like, "I'm his friend."
Yeah,
like that. But I don't think that'll happen. But thank you, Adam. That's really nice. In fact, is even more than having me direct a live action version of one of my films, I would get a bigger kick if somebody else did.
Oh, okay. So like you do the script or something, and then...
yeah, and just be a consultant on it, and maybe write the script or design it or something, and then have somebody else direct it and produce it, and just give me money, lots of money from it. Okay, and I thought about that. I thought it would be great if one thing got adapted, and then all of a sudden, by doing that, another one got adapted, and then pretty soon it becomes like a Stephen King thing. That would be. Yeah. Yes, and then the money comes in. But I just really, it's really important to me, and I really enjoy. I always say this: a lot of these ideas are older ideas. Like I'm sure both of you guys have written things, and then you've kind of tucked them away, and maybe not ever get to them. I tend to do that a lot. But what I do is I go back, like when I finished Pleasure Beast, I wasn't even finished with it. This always happens. I get to the end stretch, and then I start thinking about the next thing.
Yeah,
all the time. And Pleasure Beast, I took 1 month off. I said I'm going to take a month off and not even think about the next thing. I'm going to promote Pleasure Beast, and I did that. But I already kind of in the back of my head knew that Sugar Machine was going to be the next one. And Sugar Machine's an older idea I had, but it wasn't 100% finished. So what I did is I finished the idea and then I started it. But all of my films, all of them, including Pleasure Beast, they're all older ideas. When I say older, I mean I could have thought of it a year ago, or I could have thought of it. In some cases, it goes back 5 or 6 years. So that's one good thing about having sketchbooks and notebooks and stuff. You write stuff down, and then you're thumbing through them, and you're like, oh, this was a great idea, or wow, this is terrible, or both.
Yeah, like that also helps avoid that like blank page syndrome that like new artists tend to have, and like once you've been at it for a while, it's like the polar opposite problem where there's never enough time to do all the stories you want to tell.
Right.
But it's great to write them down. I also think you put a little sneak preview clip of Deacon's vocals on my Patreon.
Yeah, I need to start doing that more. I'm gonna start putting more videos and audio clips on Patreon. I think that's really cool because when I look at other people's Patreons, I support other people, and that's kind of what I enjoy. But it was in fact earlier tonight I was editing. I'm also chopping up a lot of the audio right now.
Nice.
And I was listening to that file, and I was like, "This is really funny. I gotta post this." It's just and some of the outtakes too that we have for some of the people we've recorded with. It's ridiculous. It's like you can make a whole film just of that stuff.
That's also convenient if you ever wanted to like blackmail those people too.
Yes, but we did ours live, I think, Josh, right? For your
I think so. Yeah.
preacher character.
Yeah, it was very helpful. Like we did it over like a stream of some kind.
So you can can watch a live recording session for one of my films with Josh. I don't know what episode. Josh will put it here in the links. No, he won't.
I was like, I don't know if
he won't. He won't.
I don't know if I have it recorded.
No,
though.
I think you do. I thought we did. It was a live stream. I thought.
Oh yeah, but I didn't record it. That's the catch. I think we were just using. Yeah, I wish we had recorded it. That would have been good content, actually.
That's history gone. But I know with Corey's wife, we recorded ours on one of the Indymation conversation thing.
She is a really good actress. Like.
For sure. Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah. So yeah, that's. I can't believe. I could have sworn you recorded it, Josh. I'm so heartbroken. Oh my God.
I know it's lost to the sands of time.
I'm gonna go back and erase Josh's contribution to the film.
Oh no!
So I do have another film. There's another film that I wrote a long time ago.
And by the way, Jim does not make movies; he makes films.
I make film. No, I make.
We're serious. We're serious filmmakers.
I wrote a film.
Yeah, we don't do movies. We do films.
Okay, so I'll say this now, so that in 5 years, or whenever, or a year, we can look back and go, "Oh, he's not lying. He does do older ideas." But there's an idea I had. I think I told you about it about 2 years ago, Josh.
Yeah.
It's called "The Night Eats Its Own," and is a character, the vegan, who I wanted you to play. And
sweet, I'll be a vegan.
Yeah, it's kind of like it's like Drive meets Eyes Wide Shut, kind of. And
I love it.
Yeah, so I'm gonna be doing. I want to do that one soon, and there's nobody else I want to play the lead but you. So
I'm down.
But I told you that 2 years ago though too. So
I know it's all just like sure, Jim, sure. No, I'm just kidding. But I'm excited about any Jim Lujan cartoon. I think is a good thing.
Thank you.
Yeah, Jim, what is on your what do you offer on your Patreon? Do you have like clips of the new film that you're working on, or like?
Yeah, I always on my Patreon I always show the film clips first there, and the movies. Nice. Whenever the movies come out, they usually come out a week or two before anybody gets to see them there. I also post exclusive, like audio downloadable MP3s, like songs from the films. Awesome. Always post art. There's probably from Sugar Machine, the film I'm working on now. There's probably like, I don't know, Josh, you're a patron. Like 15 things already posted, probably.
Yeah, nice.
Yeah. So, and you know what? Okay, here's a dirty little secret. I probably shouldn't say this, and if my Patreons know this, our patrons know this. It's like any amount's the same. Like if you give $1, it's the same as if you give $100. I kind of don't do the like exclusive for $500 a month. You'll get this or that or that. I did have that for years, but I found that it's just a lot easier because I found that there's people that donate more, even though they're not getting more. They just want to support.
Yeah.
And then there's people that just want the basic minimum, and I'm cool with that. So it's almost like what do you call it? A tip jar, almost a monthly tip jar. So it's awesome. Like whatever anybody wants to get, And then usually I'll take a lot of the stuff, most of the stuff that's on Patreon, and I post it on Instagram or whatever, like weeks later or days later sometimes, depending on what it is. But but then there's a lot of things on there that I've only posted and will only be posted on Patreon. So
Yeah, and it's a good way to like support like the like even if you're kicking in like $1 or something, it's like it's a way to support what Jim's doing, and also just to kind of give him some moral support as well.
And it's a good tax write-off too. So you know, right? Just do it. Try it. I don't know if it is. Try it.
Yeah, find out.
What's the worst that can happen?
Okay, there's a person on Twitch named Komaru Fresh, NFT a manifesto, they said, which I think was referring to our NFT comment before. And then they also said, what do you think of the Little Depressed Boy comic? I feel like, is that a comic or wasn't that a Tim Burton thing or something? I think that's like
Jimmy the Homicidal Maniac.
No, Johnny the Homicidal Maniac's what's his name?
Little Depressed Boy.
Yeah, Little Depressed Boy. I think that's like a kid's book that was by I don't know.
Oh, are you thinking of the Melancholy Death of Oyster Boy?
Oh, maybe I am.
It's not an emo band,
but I feel like I've seen Little Depressed Boy, so I guess we'd have to kind of look it up. Yeah, that definitely sounds like an emo band, or like my comic books. Really. Half of my comics are about little depressed boys.
What if I watch this tomorrow while I'm drawing, and then I look up and I realize you're drawing the same line over and over and over? It's just a loop. You're not really working on anything. It's a loop of your hand going like that.
I absolutely love that, Jim. And that needs to be a cartoon too. You need to do a live streamer who's like, hey, I'm gonna stream art and stuff like that. And like maybe half the movie you're just showing him talk and not showing the art. And then finally you reveal that he's just been drawing the same line.
No, the way you can get people, Josh, is you just have a loop of yourself, and not even a live recording of yourself, and you're like, hey, we have somebody joining. Hey, tell us about what you're working on. And it's just an audio loop of you saying that once every 30 minutes. Yeah.
I love that.
And your hand just going like that. And then your numbers just soar.
And I mean, I interrupt people anyway, so it wouldn't be all that strange. Like they'd just be like, "Josh is just interrupting again." And
so I never brought
just a preset loop.
I never brought that up until you brought it up. But when you did bring it up, I'm like, okay, he knows it. He realizes it. Okay, it's okay then.
Oh yeah, 100%.
I forgive him. Yeah.
I am self-aware about my flaws. You were asking the other day about like management tips, and that would be a big one too. That I don't know if I mentioned there, where it's like you actually have to be really aware of like your strengths and weaknesses, because they're going to be a problem.
I've never ever thought that about you. In our own conversations, because we're probably just interrupting each other. But
yeah, we just interrupt a lot.
Yeah, but I've never thought, like, if you said that was a trait Josh has, I'd be like, no. The time I noticed it, it's when you're doing friendly intellectual battle with Corey, and I always think to myself, wow, poor Corey.
You're like, let him speak, man.
Yes, let him speak, Josh. It's like wrestling.
It is.
It's like you're the guy that does the handshake. Come on.
Yeah.
And then the audience is going, no.
I'm trying to be the heel there or whatever. Yeah.
Corey, totally. That's a rhetorical question, Corey. Don't go for it. Don't answer it. No. No, poor Corey's he's very calm and polite about it.
Yeah, Corey is I've mentioned this before, but I envy Corey's rhetorical skills. Like I think he's like a guy who can take much like Gary Hodges. I feel like we have some very good spokespeople, and then there's you and me, Jim.
Yeah, I would, and I have hired Gary as my lawyer, because he's speaking of articulate, he's very articulate.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
He's very, what's the word? Articulate.
Yeah,
that's it.
He's good with words, and
he makes the words sound real to be good.
Yeah,
and
sure.
The best. He says the best words.
Yeah.
So many of the words are so that very good.
Yeah, he reads and thinks deep things with words, and I'm very impressed. Very impressed. You have a smart audience. So I actually didn't mean to stay on this long. I was just popping on to just tell myself when I'm watching this tomorrow, hey Jim, don't forget to save and back up your work. Okay. Oh, It is kind of a bummer, Jim. Maybe you can field this one right before you go. Somebody asked if anybody was a Matt Groening fan. And I was like, don't you have like a Matt Groening story?
All
feel like-
right, here comes the name drops. Ready?
Yeah, drop them.
All right. I
And then we'll let you go, of course.
years ago, back when the sun was not as shining, years and years and years ago, I got to know Stan Sakai. And I didn't know Stan Sakai was a comic book artist until the day his wife brought in one of his comic books, and I'm like, Jimbo, I know, oh my God, like my head exploded. So after that, we started talking about heroes and influences and things like that. And I told him I was a huge Sergio Aragonés fan from a child. And he says, oh, Sergio. Oh, yeah, I know Sergio. Well, he was being humble because Stan is Sergio was Stan's mentor.
Yeah.
So, like, they have a lifelong friendship, and they're, like, best friends. So then he invited me to Sergio Aragonés' private gallery opening in Ojai. So Leanne and I went up there, and I'm there, and I'm hanging out with Stan. Well, I know Stan's my friend, but I'm hanging out with Sergio and all of that. And then Matt Groening's there, and I was like, oh, my God. So there's a photo of me, Sergio, Stan, and Matt. And I like to think that we're all equals, very much so.
I think you should have that like on your bio on your website where it just underneath it'll say Jim Lujan is an equal.
Yes. I feel like that story should have a more impactful ending. But
that's a crazy cool story. I think that's the best way to get to know artists you admire too.
And then I murdered him. I killed him at the end.
Yeah, that's a good point.
He was super nice guy. All three of those guys, Sergio, Stan, and I can say that Sergio, when he sees me, he remembers my name. He goes, Mr. Lujan, like that.
Yeah, that's so rad.
Yeah, so and
nice.
Well, and like I can imagine, like it might be a better scenario where you don't know him at first, because then otherwise you might be like kind of awkward the whole time. Like, you're like, you're Stan Sakai, or like you're Sergio Aragon. Whereas like, although Sergio's super, Jim not Jim, but Lonnie had like that draw off with him.
Yeah. Lonnie's really good friends with Sergio.
His story of that is hilarious, where it's just like he had to do a live drawing session next to like one of the best cartoonists who ever lived. Like,
so Josh and our friend Lonnie Millsap, who you got to have on the show, by the way.
Yeah, I do need to get him on. I got to convince him.
Yeah, I know. Lonnie and Josh are members of the National Cartoonist Society, and so is Sergio Aragonés, I think. Well, although Sergio is also a member of CAPS.
I think it's CAP. Yeah, CAPS is like where I think
that's how. Yeah, I went to when I found out he was a comic book artist, he was taking me to CAPS meetings even before this Sergio thing. So actually, that's the first time I met Sergio. But yeah, Lonnie and Josh are also National Cartoonist Society. And I've gone to a few of those meetings with you guys. And
you were an invited guest of the National Cartoonist Society.
I was a speaker there, and I didn't have a funky jacket like you guys wear, those plaid jackets.
I love them.
Yeah. One quick fact before I go about the National Cartoonist Society meetings, which I didn't know, but it was kind of cool, is that how every meeting at the end turns into an orgy, and I thought
you're not supposed to talk about that, Jim. You're gonna get disappeared.
You know what? That'll never happen. I will always have a voice.
Design? Oh, Jim took off, I guess.
Yeah,
I was just going to say, isn't that the design of the Reuben? The Reuben Award is a big orgy.
Yeah, I mean, we really can't reveal the secrets of the NCS. We're kind of sworn to dark secrecy. All I can say is there's an induction ceremony, and things happen that you can't talk about.
Do you know what a Reuben Award looks like?
Yes, I know a couple
it's
people.
It's like a weird like stack of people.
Well,
I could see that as being.
It's a bit
or
like
unless
that.
did they change it?
I gotta check. Let me see. I didn't know it was named after.
Rube Goldberg, yeah.
Yeah, I didn't know that.
Yeah, have you read any of his cartoons?
I want to.
Rube Goldberg is freaking amazing.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely got the it's definitely got the thing going on.
You
Yeah.
could at least kind of see my joke, at least. I don't know.
Yes, I do. But yeah, yeah, that's cool. I'm gonna have to check that out. Yeah, there's dark, strange things with the NCS, you guys. Souls are lost in the process. But yeah, that's the first time I've been a part of like a secret society in my life. It's kind of fun. And actually, Lonnie, Jim's friend, before Jim got disappeared, which, by the way, you guys may not hear from Jim again. That's just Cartoonist Society is pretty heavy about that stuff. But yeah, like, so Lonnie is actually who convinced me to join, because he was like, you should join. And I'm like, well, why would I join? Because you're a New Yorker cartoonist and these guys were like heavy hitters. Who the hell am I? And they were just like, yeah, just try it. Just, see what they say. I bet they're going to let you in. And I'm like, I don't know. And then I applied and I'm like, I don't know. And then finally I got in. I was like, oh, cool. And then like I met other cartoonists and they liked my stuff. And it was like weird, it's like being a peer with like treated as a peer by like all these guys who've like directed like Disney films. And yeah, it's a pretty cool experience. I would say if anybody's in the LA area, and they're a cartoonist, they should try to be in the LANCS. It's a good experience. I'm not sure if they're going to have meetings though for a while, because all the COVID stuff kind of messed with our meeting schedules.
Good.
But it was a good experience. Very intimidating though.
I'll bet.
Because it's like one of those things where you you're just meeting people left and right who are just like legends, and then a lot of up and comers, and sort of a really cool thing. But most people are really nice, and the nice thing about it is the meetings usually aren't very like self promo-y, which I like, because a lot of like LA meetings that are like meetups of groups end up being like everybody's handing each other's business cards and asking who you worked for.
Oh, okay.
Very like hustly.
Uh-huh.
And one of the things I like about the NCS is it's kind of structured to not be that. So
that's good.
I like that. So you're just kind of hanging out and talking shop and enjoying each other's company.
Do people like go on and just like give little speeches about certain topics or things, or is it?
Yeah, I mean they have guests and there's other stuff that I can't talk about.
Oh, is it? So it really is a secret thing.
Yes.
Oh,
there are some things about it. No. There's like
I've like seen stuff from I thought it was from the National Cartoon Society, just certain interviews or speeches.
Yeah, I mean we have talks and stuff. It's like there's weekly talks, and then there's other stuff you can't talk about.
Oh, okay.
But you have to realize it's also cartoonists saying it's stuff you can't talk about. So understand it's probably like more a Mad Magazine version of a secret society. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I don't know. That's
like if you were a cartoonist and you're doing a riff on like the Skull and Bones kind of thing, what would it look like? And just kind of imagine that. That'll give you a picture.
Okay.
Of like what it's like, because it's very silly. Jim said, by the way, that was my strong comedic exit. I hope you enjoyed it. And also thank you very much, Adam, for the kind words, and very much appreciated. And don't buy that's Jim in the chats, because I'm telling you, if you say stuff publicly about you get disappeared. I'm just kidding. He said also Gary Hodges is the best lawyer money can buy, and he can be bought. This is true. This is why I'm working on those secret sites for Gary. Landon asked, I have a question for Josh. Do you think that all the push and necessity of indie creators to make money do campaigns interferes with creators improving their actual craft of what they are doing? That's a really good question. I think that this is going to be weird, but it's like I kind of think that indie creators have always had to push, and there's always been marketing and like a raw need to get eyes on your work, dating back to like Van Gogh, where you can read like Van Gogh's letters, and he's lamenting having to kind of like be smarmy at a gallery to get people to like buy his work, and trying to get his brother to kind of help him out with like his business and promotion and stuff of like his paintings. So it's like I don't think there is a world where artists don't have to participate in markets. And so I guess my point is yes and no. Because I would definitely say I also sometimes do see artists that are like so busy promoting when they should be like leveling up. But then also it's like the nice thing about things like this live stream is like you can work and promote, and I think that's your ideal situation, right? I don't know. So that's like my. I hope that doesn't seem like a cop-out answer. Landon, let me know in the chats if you feel like I didn't answer that. Was that a non-answer? If it was a
That seemed like a
non-answer, press
sufficient
me on
answer.
it. Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah, I mean it's a tough one, right? I think we all hate the marketing part. I haven't met a lot of artists that are
Some
like
of us
mad.
more than others, I think.
Yeah, I can definitely agree with that too. But I think the majority of artists I know like kind of hate that part. Like even Jim, like as outspoken and cool as he is, like I think he hates that part. Like I think it's like we in an ideal world we'd just make the work and then people would just like find it and find it cool, you know?
Yeah.
But I also changed my opinion of that like much like I'm much more on the side of like the art for art's sake kind of people. Now that I'm much older. I think when I was younger I was like you should make money off of everything you do and like promote the hell out of anything you do. Now I tend to be more like my objective is to make the best thing I can make, and then promotion is like something I try to do but never at the cost of the comic. I don't know if that makes sense. So that's part of why I'm doing live streams while I'm inking, because I'm like, okay, this has a multi-purpose function, right? I don't know, Adam, if that ties in.
I actually was thinking about that recently. About a similar concept of like just the balance of putting your stuff out there, versus the amount of time you would wait to really start try to publishing, like to try to publish your stuff versus learning how to draw and getting good at it, and then putting your stuff out there.
Yeah, I agree with that. I think it depends.
I feel like for me, at least personally, I just feel like comparatively, I feel like I've taken maybe longer than the average person to just try to get to a point where I felt like my work was to the level that it was ready to be published versus publishing stuff maybe earlier than you had wanted to and just looking back at it and not liking it.
Yeah, that's a tough one. So that I would kind of say I'm a little thankful that like the internet wasn't as prevalent when I was an undergrad. When I was like working on my art degree, like I'm glad a lot of that stuff did not see the light of day.
Huh.
Because yeah, I mean, I didn't really start promoting myself until I had some like traditional training in art,
Mm-hmm.
And so that does have an advantage, and I would recommend people. It's weird because I think it's also cool if you can bring people along in that journey. Like everybody likes watching somebody get better. To me, that's really fun to see, But
Yeah.
there's also the realm of like, if you come in and, you know, you haven't taken like drawing classes or studied drawing or like taken the time to kind of figure out like what your style is,
Hmm.
then you can have the disadvantage of like coming in and like being like, why aren't people interested and stuff like that, and not realizing that like it's the art, you know. So I like, to me, I think like what you did, Adam, might be good. You might have gone a little too long on like waiting,
Well, the thing is, I didn't like
but
just not show any of my stuff. Like
yeah,
I started in high school printing out mini comics and trying to sell them and stuff. Like,
yeah,
but there's like for Toad Road, for example, I there was no step of the way that I was just like hiding everything away.
yeah,
It's just I never like you can see actually what I'm working on right now. The page I'm working on right now compared to this like earlier version of it that I'm redrawing. Like
yeah,
this was still something that I showed everybody. I put it on Facebook. It wasn't like I just like hid it in my sketchbook and never showed anybody.
yeah.
But this wasn't something that I was planning on printing out and publishing as a comic.
See, I think that might be the best route, kind of what you're describing, where you kind of show a little bit of the process, but maybe before like throwing money into it. Like that's where, yeah. It's a hard one though, and I do think I'm kind of excited because like I've dealt with publishers on both ends. Some that want you to sign like an NDA and be like hush hush about everything.
Sure, yeah.
Um, and then I'm really excited about like West Margin is totally okay with me being transparent as long as I'm like not like blowing the entire plot of the book. Um, so I'll be able to do live streams and stuff as I'm working on that. And I actually, I could be wrong, but from what I understand, I think that actually does build momentum. Um, and it's like a free way to get fans as you're working on it. And I think that's good because then you have people rooting for you and they get to watch the whole process and be there the whole time, you know?
Mm-hmm.
I think that's kind of the era we live in where people like the behind the scenes stuff. Not all people, but just having it, like, why miss out on that audience by like waiting?
Yeah.
So, but I do think it doesn't hurt to get some of those basic skills down at the beginning, you know?
Well,
But
I've talked
maybe
about this.
share that process as you're doing it, you know?
Yeah, yeah.
Go
I've
ahead,
talked
Adam.
about this before. I think I can't remember if it was if it was with you, but I feel like a point that I got to where I was like, okay, I'm getting to a point where stuff is ready to be published is a lot of artists have this where you draw something and you look back at it 5 years later and you just can't even stand to look at it.
Yeah.
And when I think I've said this before, but when I got to a point where I was finishing stuff and then I would look back at it the next year and it still held up and I was look back at it 2-3 years later and it was still like, man, that looks really good.
Yeah.
Like I'm pleased with that. I felt like that was like when I was like, okay, yeah, I could start building this up to, if I can just have everything be this level of quality, I can deal with it being out there.
Yeah. And I think like, on Landon's question too, it's like I think that a lot of us would really prefer to just be able to kind of like almost like be a monk that like locks ourselves away and just
Sure,
kind of
yeah.
works on the art, and then like occasionally you get like an assistant coming in and being like, sir, like you won't believe like what the media is saying about your work, it's brilliant, and this reader sent you a letter. But it's like it's just, I don't meet a lot of people who are in that scenario, and I kind of feel like I think even some of the myths we have about cartoonists that were in that scenario are kind of faulty. Because I like
Huh.
even thinking back to like Frank King, right? He used to do theater shows where he would draw live in front of an audience.
Oh, like a chalk talk?
What?
Isn't that what they
Sorry,
would call
what?
that? Chalk talk?
I don't know if it was called. I don't know what it was called. It was like he literally would have like a giant rig set up like with giant paper, and then he would do like live cartooning for
Yeah, yeah.
people. And so it's like and this was an artist that was like at the height of his game, you know, at the time, where it's like you would think he wouldn't need to do that. You know, he's already in like all the papers. He's like, it's fascinating to hear, but it's like his shows would sell out, you know, like he would sell out like a giant theater just to watch him draw. But still, it's like, yeah, I mean, I don't know if there's been a scenario where there's like artists that didn't have to kind of hustle their work, you know?
Well, I think you and I have talked about it before, but I think Bill Watterson has been my sort of ideal like example of just work. You know, let the work speak for itself. He wasn't. I mean, he was doing some interviews and stuff, but for the most part, his model was not going around promoting Calvin and Hobbes. You know, it was in the newspaper. There were books, and it kind of was supposed to just kind of speak for itself, for better or for worse.
Yeah, and I think like with his stuff, I think a lot of that promotion happened behind the scenes, just to get the, you know, he had to hustle to get the deal. That was kind of his hustle. And then I think early on, when Calvin and Hobbes was less of a known strip, he did have to do more interviews and stuff like that. And a lot of that probably had to do with the syndicate.
I think he had informed, like, if you go back and reread his stuff, it's like, I think in those early years in like the 80s, you know, I don't think he had fully formed his philosophy of being so strongly against merchandising and things like that. Like, I don't think he had, just like there were times where he was actually working on an animated series and like doing like animation tests and stuff and like and thinking about it.
Yeah. And so I think, I guess my point is, like, I think that he did develop, and he was in a situation eventually where he didn't have to do that stuff, you know?
Yeah.
But I think it's an anomaly, and to get in that situation, I think there's some things you have to do. Now, this also ties in a little bit, because I did a couple, I'm not even going to start getting into it, but I did a couple that were of streams where I was really critical of like Comicsgate, you know, and I'm not going to get heavy into it.
I've had a chance to kind of catch up on your stuff, so yeah, I was watching some of that at least. I don't know if I caught the whole thing.
Yeah, so but like one of the things that was said in like a chat was like that I was jealous, which I think it was like a misunderstanding of my take. Because kind of like this is the thing that I feel.
Is that somebody that you know said that, or just a random person?
Yeah, but it's also someone I know who sometimes has bad takes like that, and is usually pretty open about his bad takes. So,
okay.
But anyhow, so like for me, it was like more of like, and I think this ties into the topic where I think that it's important to promote your work, but I do have areas that I draw a line where I don't give a shit how much money somebody's offering. You know, there's standards that I have that like you couldn't pay me millions to change.
I get what you're saying, yeah.
And there's standards where you could pay me $10 and I'd be like, sure, I'll change that. You know, so that was my main beef with like Comicsgate is like it crosses ethical standards that you couldn't pay me to cross.
Like the payola aspect, like pay to play and like kissing the ring and things like that.
Yeah, like there's just areas, again, I don't mind even like kissing up to authority to an extent if I have to for something that I would agree with, but if it's like crossing an ethical boundary for me, or representing something that I'm ethically just against, like I can't, no matter how much money, I just can't go there. And I think that is important for an artist to have that line. And I think artists cross that too often. I'm not saying everyone in that movement has that. I'm just saying for myself, it's like in order for me to be jealous of someone's success, I'd have to envision that they're in a scenario that I'd be happy in, right? And in the scenario of people having success in that movement, since I'm so vehemently opposed to a lot of it ethically, I would have trouble sleeping at night. You know, that's me.
Oh, definitely.
Now, there's a lot of people who like maybe even philosophically like totally agree with the movement, and hey, good on them. You know, they can make that money and not feel gross, you know. So I guess that's my point. Is like, I the reason I was bringing that up is just like I think it's sad when people can mistake that as like jealousy as opposed to just integrity, where it's like you just there's just lines I don't cross, you know.
Well, and you're doing pretty well with your stuff. I mean,
I make a good
you got
living.
publishers.
Yeah. Well, I
You're
bought a
getting
house.
book deals. Yeah, I mean,
Yeah, I
come
mean,
on.
I bought a house with art, so like you know, that's not a bad place to be.
Yeah.
And I, you know, again, like I, this is annoying around April, but it's like I'm going to pay taxes. Like I'm not going to get a return, you know. So art's doing okay. I don't have complaints about that. You know, would I like more success with my cartooning? Hell yeah, but again, like at what cost? Like with you know, and I think that's an important thing for people to consider when they're promoting and stuff like that. Like, you know, is there a line where the art is suffering or something like that? I don't know if that makes sense, but
Yeah, totally.
on the promotion thing, I think that's just hot on my mind because it's, you know, it's an interesting take where I was like, okay, I could kind of see somebody taking away that, but it'd be kind of misunderstanding. I think where I'm coming from, you know. Yeah.
Yeah.
Because that's the other thing. I really am happy if artists can make money. That's not my big beef with that movement, you know. So, yeah. But artists getting a good payday is like, I don't think it should be like a jealousy or a me versus them thing. I think I've said this before on my stream, but I feel like if anybody's able to make a living doing art, you've cheated the system somehow, and that's good. Like good for you, you know, you found a way to cheat the system that wants to just consume, you know.
Hmm.
And that's a real philosophy of mine where I think like creating is costly and it's harder than consuming, and we're in a society that wants you to be a consumer, not a creator. So like to make a living as a creator is yeah, you're kind of swimming against the tide. Like that's a good thing, you know.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, I think it's just unfortunate the way our society is structured that it's like that, but
I agree. Yeah. I mean, I guess I'm glad there's consumers because I'm making stuff that I want them to consume. But yeah, it is too bad that the society is. I don't know. I would agree. There's like a strange incentive to like consume the wrong things and stuff. I am getting there on this panel. I'm gonna take a quick break for a second.
Mhm.
Adam, if you want to get water or something, feel free. If not,
Sure, yeah.
drop where everybody can find your stuff,
Oh, sure.
including this brilliant comic book right here. Oh my goodness.
Ooh.
Well, hello. And I think that's supposed to be well, hell. Oh,
Yeah, yeah.
all right.
It's like hello. Like hello.
I love it. I do think. Well, this will be a question to answer when I get back.
Sure,
but,
yeah.
You asked Jim about live action. I'm kind of curious if you ever envisioned Toad Road as an animation. So we'll talk about
absolutely,
that
yeah.
when I'm back.
Yeah. We can talk about it, but definitely. But yeah, I'm working on Toad Road Comics #2 at the moment. You guys can get, if you haven't already, Toad Road Comics #1 at indieplanet.com. INDYplanet.com. I'm working on #2 right now. Actually, #2 is actually pretty close to being done, so it might be kind of deciding if I do finish it here pretty soon, whether I want to release it right away or kind of save it up a little bit. Actually, that's something I might ask Josh here. I think I might have asked Josh this a while back, but it's a lot closer to release time. Or it's a lot closer to being ready to be released. So I'm kind of curious what Josh thinks about it. But yeah, check out Indie Planet, INDY Planet.com for your copy of Toad Road Comics #1 if you want one. And Toad Road Comics #2 is coming up soon, so it's going to be good. It's going to be a good one. I think that #2 is going to be sort of above and beyond #1.
Okay. So talk about the animation. It is something you consider?
Absolutely. Actually, so there was a period of time where I was not just studying cartooning, but getting into animation and buying like a light box and animation paper and stuff, and like doing a little bit. I did actually do a little bit of animation. I started a channel separate for animation, but when I started doing it, I just realized like I really like it, but it's just so much work. I kind of hated it.
Yeah.
Like I realized within like probably a couple months, like there's just absolutely no way I want to do this. I just don't want to be an animator. I can't do, like, if comics take a long time, like animation is like 100 times longer for less time. Like it's just like,
Yeah.
I really love it, and the results are very rewarding. Actually, since I was watching some of Jim's stuff, I've lately been seeing friends who are doing animation. And it's like my friend Jeff too, who does Space Mouse or Mulligan the Mouse. It's like,
Yes.
when I see people do really
Very-
effective,
Very worth seeing, but not safe for work, guys. Just saying.
yeah. Okay, yeah, you saw some of that. Like when I see someone really effectively do stuff that didn't take like 18 years to make.
Yeah.
Lately, I've just been like, man, maybe I will kind of get back into animation a little bit.
Yeah, it's
But
just like gotta be limited.
Toad Road Comics is definitely something that I would. I mean, if I got an offer from Comedy Central or Adult Swim or something to do a Toad Road cartoon, I would love. Like that would be a dream, you know.
Yeah.
If they didn't take it, if I had creative control on it and stuff. But
Yeah, that's cool. Yeah, because I could see it, but I feel like it. It would almost have to be like squash and stretch, and
yeah,
like
yeah,
a
it
lot
would
of
have
the
to
more.
be animated well.
Yeah. So I think that would be
But I
like
may actually
unfortunately
do-
that really time consuming style, you know.
I may actually do just like a little animation. Just I've been thinking about it lately, like just to have something to promote, and just like a little TED animation or something when I'm like plugging the comic or something.
Yeah, maybe even
That just seems like a good
comic.
excuse to do it.
Yeah, or a comic trailer would be cool, you know.
Yeah, like exactly. Like that would be a perfect thing to use it for.
Yeah, I just have like a comic trailer like pinned on my YouTube channel.
Yeah.
And then like anytime I have a new comic, I'll just make like a short trailer. They're not too involved either, you know. But if they had like some animation in there too, that'd be cool. But yeah, I always joke that like I always feel like cartoonists are crazy that do comics, and then I meet animators.
Yeah. Yeah, actually, I will say that a lot of stuff, a lot of ideas I've had that I have done as comic books is sort of like a compromise. Like I would rather have it as like I would rather have an animated TV series, cartoon series,
Yeah.
than a comic book for Toad Road or my comic strip Birdmouth. My comic strip Birdmouth started out as a cartoon, an animated cartoon. That was like the original sort of project that I was doing. So yeah, in a way, it's like I have ideas for movies or cartoons, and it's like, well, because I don't have a staff of 100 people who will animate this thing for me.
Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, I love comics, obviously, but I think the main reason I'm not an animator instead of a comic book artist is just because of how much damn work it is.
Yeah.
Like comics are something you can much more easily just do yourself.
Yeah, 100%. I would not argue with that.
But then you see guys like Jim Luhan and Jeff Zorner, and it's like, okay, maybe that was what I became convinced of early on, but maybe I just wasn't right. So
Yeah, I mean, be careful because Jim's as much of a preacher for animation as I am for comics. So like, if you talk to Jim like 3 more times, he might have you doing animations.
Well, I don't. That wouldn't necessarily be a bad thing. Like I really am.
I was joking, by the way.
Like,
It's not a bad thing. Yeah.
well, I don't know. I actually was really excited to have a chance to just ask Jim a couple questions. And when he
Yeah.
was talking about like being in a photo with Matt Groening and Stan Sakai and stuff, I don't know. Like I was like, to me, it's like, hey, that's like a group of geniuses right there. That's a group of like equal level artists, in my opinion. Like Jim's stuff is amazing.
Yeah. I
But yeah, he like
I will
honestly
say
like
this too.
watching
Like,
Jim's stuff has like changed my perspective on just even if I didn't start doing animated cartooning, like just you can if you have some big project idea that you're thinking of doing 40 years in the future or something, it's like I don't know, it just is very inspiring to just be able to like achieve something that may otherwise seem like it's just not something you would ever be able to get done because
yeah.
of the scope of it would be so intimidating or something like that. Like
Yeah, and I like Jim's very humble, but he very much is like a cartoonist's cartoonist. Like he is known among cartoonists, like animators know who he is. Like
yeah, I wish I had a chance to ask him a little bit more because you were telling, doesn't he know? We were talking about this a little bit before.
he knows some people. But
That's
it's
awesome.
like but not just the people he knows, but like it was really cool to see him like come speak for the LANCS, and there's people who are like complete fans of his work who are like extremely well known, like extremely
Yeah, that's
famous
awesome.
cartoonists who are like geeked out to ask him questions. Um,
That's
and
great.
I think it goes to show you like something that Jim and I have talked about a lot together, but it's like I really do think there's something to just like putting your head down and doing the work. And like it's weird, but it's like you get rewarded. I think you get rewarded by the universe for doing that. Like, um, and then the neat thing is when you've been doing that for long enough, like these things just kind of come up,
Yeah,
and like they don't come out of thin air. Like you promote, you hustle, you like talk about your work to everyone you like, have to do all that stuff. But it's like really the biggest reward is going to come out of the work. And this might actually tie back into that. That was a really good question, Landon. Just letting you know in the in the chats if you're still there. But it's tying back into that question. The work should always come first. Like if you're making like mediocre work and you get everyone in the world to buy it, even if you sell it, like this is just coming from somebody who's worked in commercial art for a long time. And I will tell you, like I make money off my comics. I don't make a ton, but I make some money off my comics, right? But like I've made single illustrations that have made more than like entire graphic novels, um, like very easily. But I will tell you, like it doesn't feel good to get a big paycheck for something you didn't really have your heart in.
mm,
It just doesn't. It like, I mean, sure, like getting paid feels good, but like it just doesn't have that same reward as like a dollar from like a comic that you pour your soul into and you love. To me, means a lot more than like 6 grand for a spread illustration for like a financial magazine.
right, right.
And it's like, don't get me wrong, like for my kid's stomach, the 6 grand feels pretty good, right? Like it's gonna feed us and like make that happen or whatever. But it's like for my soul, like again, like I've been at this long enough to know like those things matter, and I think Jim would be the first to agree with that too. Where it's like you just kind of have to keep at it and keep making work. Jim's a huge proponent of this. One of our first things that we talk about in our friendship early on, like part of why we started hanging out, part of that group that we had that would like meet up and have lunch, the kind of membership requirement for that crew was you just basically had to be making authentic work that you cared about. Does it.
Awesome.
And like it was so inspiring being around this variety of people that are all doing that. Like they're doing their own thing. Like some of them really successfully. Um, some of them like animation directors that are like working on their own animations, but they're like directing huge, cartoons that are syndicated on TV. Like, some of them who are like doing professional comics for like giant companies, but they're working on their like own graphic novel on the side. Like, it's just like this weird variety, but the one common thread they all had was like working on their own stuff and being passionate about it. And it's like, I think that if you do that in art and you're serious about it, like you're trying to make good work. And it's funny, people who are less familiar with Jim, at first glance, they might be like, he's not serious about this work. But like Adam's totally dead on about Jim's a genius. And I think people who don't see that like kind of annoy me because it's like he's a really smart guy. He's a really brilliant animator. And like you clued into this, which I thought was really cool, Adam. It's like his direction's really good. Like he chooses these really good shots and edits. It's just
Well, it's not just really good. It's freaking like
yeah,
the best you could do. It's like blows your mind, like level of
yeah.
quality.
And it's like you see animators who are like 50 times more complex in what they're doing, but they can't cut and edit and like direct something like Jim all on his own. And it's like
He does so much with so little. It blows my mind.
yeah. So the point being just like yeah, I mean I think the big trick though is just like you just keep at it and you keep making stuff and you don't let like discouragement get you down. You don't let like, doors closing preventing you from like, keeping going and making your stuff. Cause like,
Yeah.
but the nice thing is like when you do that and again, it really does require being serious about it. Right. Because there's people who could like Jim was joking about like, wouldn't it be funny on a stream if the whole time I was just drawing the same line?
Yeah, yeah.
That's possible. Like there could be a person out there who's just like, I'm going to make the perfect line and then I'm going to make a ton of money. And they're just drawing a line obsessively. So it's like, that's why I mean, like, take it seriously, talk to your peers, like make sure you're leveling up, make sure what you're doing is good. Like try to really vet it. But yeah, I mean, as long as you stay true to it and you're authentic and you just keep at it, like I can't promise it's going to work out, but I can say that's like the one common thread I see that opens doors for like people to work on their own projects. The other stuff, like sometimes requires like kissing rings and like, working with the right people and being nice to people you work with and like just basic business stuff. Right. But like for like the personal project stuff, like I think that's the big secret. And I'm more convinced of that now. Seeing like a book that I thought was dead in the water that's coming out in June, it's like, it's weird to me. It's still surreal to think about because I had kind of given up hope on that book.
Oh, wow.
So it's kind of cool that it had a refresh and a new life and like I get to show it to people. So all of that 5 years of work wasn't wasted,
Sure, yeah.
So it's kind of neat. And it's like, hey, that's cool too, because by that happening, that opened doors for other things. And so like within 2 years, I'm going to have 2 more graphic novels.
Yeah, that's insane. That's great.
So I'm going to look at my shelf and it's gone from like, I have a lot of books I've been published in, but it's like, there's a section that's graphic novels that are by me that are going to like start going, shh. And that's my dream.
Awesome. Yeah, that to me is like, I feel like when you at least for me too, I think you're saying the same thing, is like when I think of just what is the goal, what is the dream, like I think of making comics in the context of when I get to the end of my life, what can I look back and just say that I completed these things, like
yeah.
And especially like when it's comic books, it's like, what is that shelf going to be? What am I going to leave behind?
Yeah. And that's the thing, like Jim has like a whole library of animations and his big trick is just like every weekend he's working on it. Every free moment he's working on it,
Yeah, that's awesome.
And then he just can't stop. Like he just has to make those things. And it's like that's the big secret, is just constantly make stuff. I am going to start this second panel, but I do have a hard out at 2, so we'll see how far I can get.
2, 3, 4, 5.
It's got to be two. Adam, you can't rope me into like a deep philosophical
I'll
conversation.
try to
with you.
try not to bring up anything that might lead to a long conversation, and if we do start to, I'll try to
Rein it in.
move in the direction of wrapping it up rather than keeping it going.
Now, my problem is I really enjoy. Well, it's a problem it's a blessing and a curse. I really enjoy conversations.
Well, we've had so many great, like just the past
Yeah.
month, we've had like so many really great conversations. It's been amazing.
Yeah, they get kind of great and contentious, but like good contentious. I don't know. It's fun. I like people who like exchanging ideas. It's a fun
Dude, our
thing.
Comicsgate conversation, that was like one of the craziest, most significant conversations I've ever had in my life.
That
Like, it
was a
was
pretty
just-
good one. Yeah.
But I wanted to ask you. I think I may have asked you this a while back, but it's getting a lot closer. So I'm almost done with Toad Road Comics #2.
Mm-hmm.
Like really close. Like I could be done here in a few days, really.
Yeah.
And I'm considering. Again, I think I may have asked you this a while back. Whether I should just go ahead and publish it as soon as I, put it to print and publish as soon as I'm ready, as soon as it's ready to be published, like as soon as it's done, or like, do you think it would be a better plan to like wait a chunk of time, like in between the last one and the next one?
I think with an indie where you're not on a schedule with a publisher, I think like doing a little bit of build-up isn't bad. Like that's what a publisher would do. They'd have like a release date, and then they'd do press releases and like book trailer and some stuff to build anticipation. So I don't think it's a bad idea to do a little bit of that, but yeah, in general, I'd say just put it out. I mean, that's the advantage of indie,
Yeah.
And I honestly think in your scenario,
Like for that, yeah, I think because
you're only going to benefit from it. Yeah.
Like I feel like I'm really, really strongly leaning towards I should just try to get it out as soon as I can.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah.
But I mean, if I did, ideally, I would plan. I think it seems like probably ideally it would be better to like schedule it out as certain. The other problem too is like with the print service I'm using.
Yeah.
It's unpredictable once I submit this if it'll go up in a couple weeks or take 6 months to process. Like the last one took almost like half a freaking year for them to even make it available for people to order it.
Yeah, that's something I would also make sure you're calling the company about too, just to be like, hey,
Yeah.
last time this took 6 months, this time, like, do you have a rough idea of how long it'll take to process? Because I don't want to wait 6 months, But I will say, yeah, I think you're going to be better off, like, since you're doing serialized comics, you're going to be better off the more you serialize.
Yeah.
Because what you want to think about, I don't know, what I would think about if I were you is like, also like, let's say I'm gonna lowball it a lot, okay? Let's say one person bought your book, right? Which I'm pretty sure a lot more than one person has bought your book. But let's say it's just one person, like I'm the one person who bought your book, right?
Mm.
In that scenario, like, you're winning a lot by having a second book because I'm probably going to buy that second book, right?
That's interesting.
You're also
like,
winning a
that's
lot
a good
because,
point, but like, do you think that okay? So like, I think probably you specifically, you'll probably be interested to get a book when it comes out.
yeah,
I feel like probably just my gut instinct is people who have gotten the first one.
yeah,
I have this feeling that if I release the second one already, it's gonna be like, oh, Adam is expecting to like buy his next book, like it's like asking too much, like too soon.
no, because some of those people won't buy, and some of them will. And then, like, here's the thing, so the advantage is like you're gonna get some buys from the people who've already bought it, right?
Yeah.
You're gonna get some holdouts. But you're also going to get, like, anytime there's a new person who's interested, now you have two potential buys.
Right, yeah.
So, like, they can go, oh, crap, I need to get issue 1 and 2. And because this
that's
is
another
something,
thing. Yeah, like having 2 out might prompt people who didn't get 1 yet to be like, oh shoot, maybe I should actually buy the comic book at some point.
yeah, I mean, the other thing is like, to me, if I'm looking at something and like, let's say I mean, I got interested in your stuff because like you're in our community, and like you were doing some live streams and you hopped on my live stream, you mentioned it, and I was excited to see it come out because you've talked about it for quite a while, and I was
Yeah.
like, sweet, he put it out. Um, but here's the thing: if that time that I'd like gone there and there were 2 books, I probably would have bought both. Especially if it's issue 1 and 2. It's like I wouldn't want to like buy one and then be behind on it. So, the other thing is, since the shipping's kind of expensive from that company,
Yeah.
I'm imagining it may not be as expensive if you order 2 at one time.
Hopefully, yeah. That's a good point.
It's good to look into, because if it is more expensive, don't highlight that for your sales. If it isn't, then you can highlight that as a sales pitch where you're like, hey, also if you get 2, you save on shipping, right? Because you're going to get like charged for 1. So anyhow, my point is, I don't think there's anything much you're going to lose by putting it out. Like, I would give it just a little bit of build up on social media. Like, once you find out when it's going to be approved, then maybe like build a little anticipation like a week before, where you're like, maybe put out a little trailer that's like coming soon, issue 2 or whatever. And then, like make the rounds or something, like come on my stream, go on, Frank's show, go on like, go around and like talk to whoever will have you. And then like, that way you've built a little anticipation for it. But yeah, I don't see a reason to. I think it would be silly to wait because, again, like who knows how long things take,
Yeah, yeah. I think that's. I'm pretty strongly leaning that way. I think that.
I think it's going to give you fuel to get 3 done too, because I feel like if you wait too long.
I mean, to me, I'm just thinking, okay, I could schedule this out ahead and make a plan. But the other thing is just like, okay, I'm here, I'm getting pages done. I'm getting this thing done a lot faster than I thought.
Mm-hmm.
And the idea that I could just have issue 2 in my hands next month is exciting. And the idea that, okay, I'm working on, I'm sitting here working on number 3 and number 2 is already in my hands.
Yeah.
And it's like, I'm halfway done with number 3 already. It's just going so much faster. It's just like, I don't know. I really like the energy of and excitement of that.
Yeah, I do.
And it
too.
just kind of like, it's not really what I was planning. My plan was to do 1 every year. Right now, it's possible I could have at least like issue 1, 2, 3, and 4 done before the end of this year.
Yeah, I would do it as quickly as you can, because delaying it. Again, like if you're making pages, you're happy with the pages, they're publishable. It's like you have your next issue. Why sit on it? The only reason to sit on it would be if you had like a bigger publisher who had a release date schedule or something, or you had like a giant distributor. But if you're not in that scenario, like there's advantages to that. You can literally release stuff tomorrow, And like the cool thing about that too is like, I know right now you're not like in a perfect financial situation where you can like order copies of the book to sell at shows or something.
Yeah, I can't.
But what's cool is if your situation changes and you're in a position to do that and you have like 4 books to sell, you're in a way better position to not like lose your shirt, like doing a show. Because right now, if you did a show and you have like 1 comic, you're not going to make table, like. But if you have like 5 or 4, then like it's like if somebody's interested, there's a likelihood they might actually just get them all, as opposed to just getting 1. So regardless, you're probably going to get 1 sale, but it at least increases your odds of being able to like make it viable,
Yeah.
Sorry, that's a really long-winded.
No, that's great. Yeah. You're definitely.
But I also think just for your own creative output, it's good to build up a library. And I think like waiting on it. Waiting can become a really long game. There's a Fugazi song about waiting that is one of their best songs. It's about everybody sitting in a waiting room,
Oh yeah.
you know. But I mean, the whole premise of it is like the time is now. Like that's when you do stuff. Like you kind of can't wait, because you wait, you just join all the waiters. Not waiters, like waiters at a restaurant, but yeah, those who have waited.
Cool. Yeah. I think another thing about just getting these issues done faster than I thought is what's also exciting about that is if I can get these done that much faster, these other projects after Toad Road that I'm working towards are going to be
Possible.
well, I'm just gonna, instead of it being like, well, 5, 6, 7 years from now I might be able to start working on it. It's gonna be like, a couple years. It might even be like the first one might even be ready to be published.
Yeah, so this is a delayed answer to Jim's thing too, but like I don't sleep a ton. And part of it is because 2 stories getting published was a big deal for me, right? And then getting a literary agent was like a huge game changer for me. For like decade worth of work, it was just like a massive game changer, right? So when I finally got a taste of this, like this thing I've wanted for a long time, and it's real,
Yeah.
and there's people reading it, even if it's like a small amount of people, there's people reading it, some people emailing me thoughts on it. Now I want more. So I pitched this, I got this out. I'm working as hard as I can on this. When another publishing deal came or like another opportunity came, I'm going to hit that up and I'm going to market the hell out of that. Because I don't want to wait 10 years for the next opportunity. You know,
Yeah.
I've waited a long time for these opportunities. So I feel like if that means I sleep a little less, as long as I'm watching my health and exercising, which I did do today, and like sleeping at a manageable level, like setting a guideline, like, okay, 2:00, that's my heart out, then like, why wouldn't I go hard and make it as soon as I can, as best as I can, right? I don't know. So I hope that ties into what you're talking about, but I think it does, because it's like,
Yeah, definitely.
for me, I think that's really cool that you have, first off, you've published a comic, which puts you above a ton of people. And I don't mean like in a smarmy, pretentious way.
Just in the sense of what we've accomplished. Like,
yeah, you're
the
in a
level
new
that we're
club
at
now.
in terms
Yeah.
of this goal of and following through on what you're trying to do.
Yeah, you're in a new club now. So like when you get a second book out, now you're in a totally different club, because you're actually a creator
I'm
who's
not
put
planning
out
on-
2
yeah.
issues.
Right.
When you get 4 issues out, then you probably have like material for a possible trade. Oh my gosh.
I'm gonna do a trade probably at either 4 or 5 issues. Part of it has just to do with which issue, like what the content of each issue is.
Yeah, and I mean that'll reveal itself, but it's like, okay, then if you have a trade, then you are like, even making the risk of like ordering books makes more sense, because like the return is a hell of a lot higher if you do a show.
And I'm
right?
just excited. Like, I'm excited for people to get to see issue number 5 of Toad Road Comics. It's like, I just want you guys to be able to see it. Like, it's gonna be so fucking awesome.
Yes.
It's so fun. It's so funny. Like, I'm ready to. I don't know. Like, it seems like it's gonna take a million years to get this stuff done, but
it's
just
not
like
though.
that too. It's like the excitement of it could be. I don't know. Maybe it's, instead of being 2025.
Yeah.
It's gonna be maybe early next year. For number 5. That just seems crazy.
I think that's amazing, and that's what happens when you actualize and realize a goal. Like, what you're talking about is actualizing and realizing a goal.
Mm-hmm.
And it's I mean, that sounds corny to say, but it's true. And I think it ties into what I was talking about with like Jim and me. It's like, look, like, I mean, Jim's even joked, I think at one point, when I first met Jim, I was working on Jacob's apartment. And I was about 4 years into that process. And I think he was making a joke to me and Kevin at the time, Kevin Cross, that like
Yeah.
we were just people who were going to be eternally working on a comic that never comes out.
Uh-huh.
And I actually finished. And then I think Jim was really surprised to see, like, I think he even commented to me. He was like, oh, okay, I'm really impressed because you actually stuck with it, you know, and like you really actually did it. And then when I got 2 stories out, Jim was like the first person to be like, dude, you did it. That's incredible, you know? And then when Jacobs actually got a publishing deal, I think Jim was pretty stoked because he saw how much like time and work I put into that.
Yeah.
But that's the thing, the trick, the difference between people who can't do it and people who do is like time almost becomes like this arbitrary thing where it's like you're just going to kind of do it. Like you're going to do it regardless. And so again, if you can do it quicker and keep that momentum, because momentum's huge in creativity, right? Because there is
Well,
like
some
this.
of the projects I want to do, it's like it's just not going to be physically possible unless I get things done fast. Like I'm just not going to. A human being is not going to have that much time in their life.
Yeah. And it's weird because you almost have to trick yourself to think these things are possible. Even this book that I'm working on right now, it's 130 something pages. And right now I'm inking page 20. So I kind of have to convince myself that this is possible. And now that I'm like on page 20, it feels way more possible than at page 0.
Yeah, yeah. Well, I'm just saying in terms of like doing every single project that I've.
Oh, yeah.
You know, like I have a lot of different, like I have multiple series of ideas that I could be doing. If I lived to be 200 years old, I could probably do all that stuff.
Yeah, that would be cool. But what's neat is that's another reason to like, why wait? Why not put it out? You know, because if you waited a year
I think
to put
if I
this
get
out,
stuff done faster than I thought, then I might end up doing just certain. There's certain stuff on my that I've put lower on my priority list that I just might be able to get to that I didn't think I would.
Yeah, and also it'll buy a little more time for those projects that you're talking about that are much more time consuming, right?
Yeah.
So it's like, yeah, that's cool. That's good. It sounds like a good place to be.
Yeah. Well, the only thing is, like, I don't want to get. The other thing is, okay, so another aspect of this is something I've been thinking about too, is like this idea of, actually Frank and I were talking about this, I think last time I was talking to him about, kind of announcing to your audience that you're going to do something, and then like, at times, I don't know, like there have been things early on where like I announced I was going to release something or I was working on something, and then it just ended up taking a lot longer, or didn't end up being the project that I was planning on doing or whatever, you know?
Yeah.
So like
don't announce it till you know it's coming.
Yeah, yeah. So lately I've just been, I mean, I come on here sometimes and I kind of allude to different, I have this magnum opus project and things, you know, but I haven't been too specific about, like I haven't really, there's projects I'm excited about.
Yeah.
That I've put a lot of work into that are very fully developed projects, you know, that I've been working on for a very long time. But I haven't really announced them to an audience just because it's like, I just want to be really careful about not announcing something and then it's like, it's 10 years later that it finally I'm able to do it or something.
Yeah,
but
I agree.
I'm starting to get so tired of that. It's like, I want to get to a point where I'm so much closer to these other projects where it's safe to start talking about them in depth and showing it, you know.
Yeah,
getting closer to that. It's just everything about my goals. It's like motivating me to move ahead.
Yeah.
And the closer I get to the completion on this, it just motivates me to continue going.
That's the beauty of finishing.
Yeah.
I mean, it really is. It's like, it's addictive and fun. And like, honestly, I think a lot of artists who struggle with finishing, like struggle with, keeping motivated, because if you don't get that taste of like, I don't know, just that moment where it's done.
Yeah.
It's like playing a game with like no rhyme or reason to it, you know. It's hard to, like, imagine just playing like Monopoly but there's like no end to that game, or like battleship and you're constantly guessing, but you have no idea if you hit a ship.
Yeah,
know?
that's what the analogy. The second analogy you made is resonates with it. It's like I feel like I don't know, like playing a board game with someone, but they don't get to see your moves and you don't get to see theirs. It's just kind of like this abstract thing. I feel like
Yeah.
that's what making. I don't know, because I mean I've completed a lot of stuff before this,
Yeah.
but it was like it wasn't stuff that was ever printed and published as a object. You know.
Yeah, and I mean, I think it goes for everything.
I mean, some stuff was a little bit, a little bit.
Yeah, I think it goes for everything though, not just comics or whatever, but just any projects in general. I think just the act of finishing something is like it's that moment where you're like, "Oh, cool, you sunk a sub or whatever," and you're like, "Sweet, like I can keep playing this battleship game," you know, because that felt pretty cool. I wasn't just putting pegs randomly, you know. I don't know. Whereas I think if you never know or you never get that win, like it's hard to keep motivation going, you know.
Mm-hmm.
But we've also talked, I think, about like the sadness that can come with finishing something too.
Yeah,
So
I mean that just sucks. I feel like right now though, I'm just in a way that okay. So you brought. I actually was kind of avoiding that topic a little bit in this, but
oh,
since you
sorry.
brought it up, no. I
We can
was
skip it.
in the sense of just like I wasn't trying to get that angle. Like I wasn't trying to put the conversation in all these different directions. But
Yeah,
if you didn't want to get into a different direction, but I think that's another thing that's motivating or just influencing my thoughts on this is since I do feel like sales are just different from what I kind of had expected.
yeah,
It's it's a little more freeing and opening. It's like I don't really have to worry about the sales of the audience as much if it's just going to be kind of a low number anyways. It's like I can kind of just release stuff as I please, you know.
yeah,
And try to get try to get it better, try to build it up, but it's like I'm not beholden to this fan base that I'm going to disappoint. There's not that big of a fan base.
yeah. And what's
anyway,
ironic, you know, is people I've talked to who have like giant fan bases will miss that moment where they had smaller fan bases.
yeah.
It's kind of like when you meet a band that gets relatively big and they kind of miss those like coffee shop gigs where there's like 5 people.
Yeah, yeah.
Because they're like, I don't know, there was something cool and intimate about it, and the people who showed up actually liked us, as opposed to like now I can't tell if they're showing up because they just saw a line of people and they're like, I guess this is where I'm supposed to be, you know. So I think it's a really good opportunity to like find your authentic fan base, right?
Yeah.
And then the other thing is, again, like having more stuff is just way more likely to get more fans, you know. It's a slow build to get like people to support your work, you know, and it's just a very slow build.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I feel like I'm starting to think of it from the perspective of like if you're trying to appeal to an audience and you have 5 books completed.
Yeah.
Like I don't think I've ever really thought of marketing from that point of view, like getting to that level. I just thought of it as your book's about to come out, people are going to support it, like
Yeah.
just more in abstract. And I think it does make sense that once you have more than just 1 or 2 things out like that, it's like okay, there's like this is like a whole like source of content. It's not just some random one shot project or something.
And think about how many people online have done comics that have had 1 issue and then just never completed their story.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, it seems like a lot of people do that.
So there's that too. It's going to put you in that weird camp of like somebody who's actually intending to finish. And that builds trust with an audience, you know. I think for me it's a little easier to sell like 2 stories to somebody because it's a relatively finished story, so you're getting a lot of story in it, you know. It's not totally finished though, but it's an easier sell. I feel like Jacobs is going to be an even easier sell because it's just a one and done. It's like this is it. That's the story. There's no like to be continued, you know.
But people don't know that going in necessarily.
Well, I mean, they'll know
2 stories, right? Like you're saying that trying to sell 2 stories is a little harder because it's part 1 of 2.
Well, no, it's a little harder than say like how easy it'll be for me to sell Jacobs, like at a con or something, right? Or like just in any situation, because it's
But
like
why?
somebody.
Like, what's the difference?
So when somebody buys it, they just know they're investing and they're getting the full story. It's like you have all the seasons are up on Netflix, right?
Uh-huh.
I don't know if that makes sense, but like people like a completed story. People don't like being dangled for a long time, right?
Right, but I guess my point is, do people know that 2 stories is not a completed story?
Well, I mean, they know that it's going to be in 2 volumes, so you know it's 2 stories that'll have two stories,
Right.
2 books. So it's not
I guess my
it's
point
not
is,
hard
like,
to sell.
do they necessarily know that there's 2 volumes though?
Yeah.
How though?
Because
Like,
all
I
the
guess-
marketing I've done. And
Sorry, I'm
press
just saying,
and
like, in terms of, like, if you just
interviews,
were
the book.
selling your book to someone and they didn't know,
Yeah,
they
I
don't
wouldn't.
necessarily have to know. I guess you wouldn't.
That's
be
the thing is, I
deceptive about
wouldn't.
it.
Yeah, I would never sell it without telling somebody that, because I'd want them to know so they're not like disappointed when they get to the end and it's
Yeah.
like, hey, there's a part 2 coming. Regardless, though, my point of bringing that up wasn't to complain or anything. It's just like I'm saying, like the advantage of a serialized story, if you think about it, like it's like the Disney Plus model versus the Netflix. Although Netflix does some slow release stuff now too, but
Like
you know what I
releasing the
mean?
whole season all kind of at once.
Yeah, so here's the advantage. If you're serializing and you're coming out consistently with new stuff, you can build momentum and interest and excitement, right?
Yeah.
If you put out something and it's just a done story, then it has the advantage of like if people like it, it's like it's gonna make people really happy because they got like the full story. But if you can build that like momentum of a serialized story coming out, then you can really generate a lot of excitement. So my point is, the more you do, the better of a scenario you're in, because right now you can play off of the serialized building anticipation, getting people on board to buy each issue. But when you're done, you'll have that added benefit of having a completed story that people will naturally also want to purchase. Right?
Yeah.
And then again, like you'll also have a bigger return on the item because like a trade is a thicker book. So my point is, yeah, there's no reason you should delay on putting it out. You should put it out. That's my point.
Awesome,
I'll be right back in about 2 seconds though.
Okay.
We're at the 2-hour mark. If you want to let people know where they can find book 1 of Toad Road, that'd
Sure,
be
yeah.
good.
Issue number 1 of Toad Road Comics, you guys can find at indieplanet.com, INDY, planet.com, starring Ted, the one-legged armless midget. Like we've been discussing, issue number 2 is well on its way, so I don't really know. Like, even if it's completed here in a week, which it's not going to be done probably in a week, but it's going to be done here. It's almost definitely going to be done next month. I'm not sure how long it's going to take to process the to process where it's available. So it'll be interesting to see. But yeah, definitely go check out Toad Road Comics number 1 on indieplanet.com if you'd like a copy. And you can look forward to number 2, which is almost done. And then number 3, and then number 4, and they'll just like keep coming out.
Sweet. I think I came back right in time.
Yeah.
So
I'm going to at least number 5 for sure. I have stuff planned for number 6, but at some point I'm switching to other stuff.
I'm excited because I think you're gonna yeah, I just think I can't say enough how much I think that, at least from my own experience, I think like the more you build up, you also build up your confidence as an artist. Yeah, there's just tons of stuff that's gonna tons of rewards of kind of doing it,
Yeah.
And strangely, it starts becoming one of those like that question we asked a couple streams back about like, what if nobody saw your work? Would you make it?
Yeah.
the weird thing is even that builds confidence because it does become like a weird kind of field of dreams type scenario where you kind of build these things and then people come and it's weird. But by the time people do, it becomes less important, you know? Like, it's important that they come and they read it, but it's like you will have built up your arsenal. So when they come, you have like this, it's like a...
Arsenal, yes.
Yeah, you're building a little army. And like, you know, when somebody comes, you're going to have like a whole military worth of stuff. I don't know. I'm trying to think of...
Yeah.
a way to put it into words, but it sucks because it sounds
also
really
kinda like
self-helpy and like woo-woo, but it's like it's true. I really do think I'm sincerely convinced of the fact that like crafts, like somebody who cares about their craft and is constantly making stuff, like it tends to work out. Like it just does in a weird way.
Yeah, definitely.
Kind of like a guy who's dedicating himself to be a luthier, you know, and like he builds one guitar and like maybe has trouble selling it, but like
What is
builds
it called?
another. A luthier, like a guy who, like people who dedicate themselves to like building guitars, right?
Oh, I didn't know. I never heard that term before.
Yeah, and it's like a woodworker, but they also have to like study like tonal woods and like intonation and like how to set up and build like this instrument, you know.
Uh-huh.
And like a lot of the big companies, like, you know, Fender, Gibson, all of that, they all started with like guys that were just luthiers who just built guitars, you know? And
Oh, I see what you're saying.
it's like, that's the thing. You make good guitars and eventually people like start finding out like, hey, this is a really killer guitar, you know, like it's, and then word spreads. And then before you know it, you know, I'm not saying like all of us are going to be like Leo Fender or something. But it's like what separated him from other guitar makers is first he kept at it and kept building really good guitars, kept innovating. And second, yeah, I don't think anybody was going to stop that guy from making guitars because that's what he was built to do, you know?
It's interesting. I feel like maybe, I can't remember, maybe a couple months ago or something, I was much more in a... I was less motivated about continuing on regardless of what happens.
Yeah.
And I feel like something kind of switched where it's like,
Yep.
it's like obviously I care about having an audience and stuff, but it's not like, it's like having less of an audience than what I had expected is no longer a major impediment to the way I'm thinking about this.
Yeah.
Somehow. I don't really know exactly how.
I think I know.
Maybe you remember more clearly than I do. I can't remember at this point.
I know how it switched. I mean, I'm guessing I know
Go ahead.
because I'm not you, but I would guess that how it switched was you kept making your next issue.
Well, yeah.
And now you're almost done with issue 2.
Well, so this is what's interesting though is when I started working on the next issue, I just felt like, why would I even be doing this right now? I felt almost like crazy.
Mm-hmm.
Like, why would I be working on this if I just felt like a failure or whatever? But yes, at some point I kept working on it, and I think maybe the closer I got to completion, it's like,
Yep.
I don't know, I just kind of stopped thinking about that, and it's like,
It's that war
I guess,
of
yeah,
art
like how people
shit.
say, like, doing it for yourself in a way. I think that's a weird way of putting it, but I think I kind of get, like...
Well, it's that war of art shit. You're showing up, and the muse happens. That's like, you know, like like what you're experiencing when you're an artist and you put out something and nobody like. It's like if you're a musician and you know, pass out flyers for a gig, and like
no
3
one really
people show up.
Yeah.
And you're like, oh man, like, and you know, especially when you're like a young musician, you know, like I remember I don't know if you did this, but we had like a local mall, and we'd go to like the mall and like pass flyers to people and like just like go everywhere there was people. Like
Sure,
we'd go
yeah,
to like college campuses, like, and I remember the first time we did a real push to get an audience, and then like 5 people showed up. It just felt like the most disappointing thing, where it's like we spent 2 days, you know,
Yeah.
putting flyers everywhere.
It freaking
like,
sucks.
but then you play your next gig, right? And like you play your next gig, and like it becomes more about just kind of the gig. And the cool thing is, when even if you're passing out flyers, you get to this point as a band where you have this energy where you can like give somebody a flyer and they're like, this guy's cool, I gotta go to a show. Like, it's weird, but it's like a confidence that only comes from like having handed out flyers multiple times, played multiple gigs, and you just you stop giving a shit. And it's like that, like, I don't give a shit moment kind of, I think that it like sends out a vibe to people of like, I want to be near this coolness, you know? So there's like an energy to it, but it's also, I think you overcome the resistance, because really why you want to play a show is it's fun to play a show. Even if you're playing for 5 people, if you're playing for 100 people, whatever, it's fun. That's why you want to do it. It's sharing your art with other people. And like, if you get that down, then it's like, yeah, then you can play a really good show to like 5 people or 100 people. And it like kind of, some of the shows for 5 people are more fun than the ones for 100, you know?
Yeah.
So it's like, that's how I kind of view it. It's like, but anyhow, my point is, I think like the part that gets all down about like bad sales or like not matching expectations and stuff like that, I think that's resistance. And it's like when you choose to kind of show up and like fight through it, that's like doing the work, you know? I'm like, when you do the work, then suddenly you get really inspired again. And it's like this weird self-fulfilling prophecy kind of thing. I love it. I mean, I hate it. I wish it wasn't like the one thing I hate about it is I wish that could always just be on, where it's like I just always feel it. Like every time I hit the page, I'm just like, yeah.
Feel inspired?
Yeah, or just feel like good about what I'm doing, you know? But there is one surefire way for me to feel good about what I'm doing, and it's like just by being committed to it and continually doing it. And then like yeah, like you were describing, like honestly, this is page 20.
Yeah.
2 pages before this, I was having those doubts of like, holy crap, like this is 130 something pages. What am I getting myself into? I have another book coming up. Like, I just like, is this even worth it? That kind of thing. Then I hit page 20 and it's like this milestone where I'm like, okay, now I'm working on page 20. Now we're talking like a chunk out of what I have to do. Like, that's like a significant portion of what I have to do, like off my plate, you know?
Yeah.
And so now I feel like revved again, because I'm like, okay, we're going to get to that goal. And I'll probably feel pretty weird, like as I get closer and closer to 40 pages. And then when I hit 40, I'm going to have that moment of like, okay, we're getting there, right? But like, the only thing that keeps that movement or momentum is just like you just show up, whether you like it or not, you know? So that's my guess. I'm speculating a lot on your psychology, Adam. I don't know, but that's what I would guess.
Well, this is what's interesting is, okay, so but this is the question is, I was still showing up. Like I finished number 1 and I had already been working on number 2.
Yeah.
And I continued showing up, but at first it was like I was showing up despite the fact that I just felt like it was a failure or whatever.
Yeah.
Something clicked in between where it was just like, I don't know, it's hard to explain actually where I'm at mentally now, because it's like, I think I got some kind of hope and faith where it's like, I think maybe I just let go of having the answer.
Yeah.
And predicting the future. It's like,
yeah,
I have this weird trust and faith that in the end, even though I feel like it's not working out the way I thought it was, I just have this almost like delusional trust or hope or faith that it's all leading to like everything. I don't know. I guess deep down, I really do believe that everything happens the way it's like for a reason. Like everything happens exactly how it's supposed to happen.
Yeah.
Like every single piece of every little detail of everything.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and that unlocks quite often when you show up. It's like the I went to the park and I'm trying to get my kid to learn how to throw and catch a ball.
Yeah.
And he's not really good at it because he's got my genes, you know. He's like I was not an athletic kid, you know, at all in the slightest. I was like the last on my team, all of that stuff. So it's frustrating for him because it's not like it's taking him longer than most kids to like learn how to throw and catch, right? So it's frustrating, but there's this moment as a dad that I see with him when he like fights through it, like when he gets discouraged and then he decides to like kind of tough it out and like get up and try again. And he fails and he tries again and he fails and he tries again. It's hard to watch and it's hard to kind of walk him through how to deal with that. But it's like there is this point where like it unlocks for him and I'll see it. Like I'll see a little bit of progress and it's really exciting. It reminds me of the process of art. Just throwing and catching a ball with a kid who's learning, you know? Because there's a lot of frustration. There's like there's even some tears. And it's like, but at some point, you know, he's throwing better and catching better. And like, and it really is weird, but it's like you can see the like little gears like turning where it's like that, okay, you're losing confidence at this point. That's why you're dropping the ball, you know, or oh, you didn't keep your eye on it, you know, like, right? It's just a lot of like mental stuff. And it's hard for like a kid to get that, but it's funny as adults, I think we forget that we're doing almost the same thing, you know, especially with art, you know, where it's like there's a lot of goals and objectives happening in art and we're trying for things and it's very frustrating and it's hard to kind of keep your head in the game and like, I don't know. Yeah. But like, again, like learning how to throw or anything like that, it's like these magical things start happening when you actually do it. I'm rambling.
No, you're not rambling at all. What you're saying is 100% pertinent to what we're talking about.
But it was interesting. That was just today. Like we, you know, it's also a little heartbreaking to have to be the dad in that scenario where you're like, you know, like you throw a ball at like, you know, bang, like we're throwing like a big softball, right?
Yeah.
So it'll like tap his arm, like barely tap it. And he's just like, it killed my arm. And I'm like, I'm having these visions of when I did that to my dad, you know? And I'm like, I have to kind of get him to like tough it out and like catch the ball. And suddenly I'm like being a coach. It's really weird because I hated coaches as a kid. You know, I didn't like getting that from my dad, but I'm like, I also realized like he's going to have a hard ass time in PE with like all his classmates if he can't catch. And so it's like, it's a good thing for him to learn. Plus, it's also like a valuable skill for him to learn how to push through something and learn a new skill.
Yeah.
Because that's life. Like life is completely that, where you're just like trying to do this thing and you can't do it and it won't unlock. And you have to like, oh, let me try this method and this method. So it's like, it's been really valuable and meaningful, but it's been really on my head, on my mind a lot, you know? Yeah.
Yeah, definitely. For me, I get that, like, what the, like, I guess, like, the perseverance you build up when you try something and you fail and you keep doing it and you keep going. I experience that especially with video games.
Yeah.
Like, most video games, I get too discouraged and I'm like, this is fucking stupid. I don't want to do this. Like, this isn't fun to me.
Yeah.
But there have been times where I've like come back to video games that I just gave up on as a kid and I come back and I keep trying. And it's like really frustrating, but it's like rewarding to finally like get through it.
Yeah. I still haven't done that with Metroid and I need to, because that was the game as a kid. Because I wasn't a really wealthy kid, so I didn't get like Nintendo Power and a lot of the stuff that would like maybe give you some hints on the map. And so I literally have never beat Metroid. And at some point, I'm going to have to like just do like a walkthrough and like finally beat that sucker.
Yeah, if you want to beat Metroid and you want some tips, I can tell you because I have recently beat Metroid for the first time.
Oh, congrats. Okay,
And
so we had equally similar frustrations, I guess.
Yeah, well, Final Fantasy was the most recent game that I was just like, I got to a point where I was just committed to like, I'm going to beat this fucking game if it takes me my whole life. Like,
okay.
Because I had...
Yeah, I did beat that as a kid and I re-beat it as an adult. It was such a fun process to go through. Yeah.
Well, for me, it was like growing up, I would see my friends or my brothers. Like, there's just certain games that I saw other people
Yeah.
just pick up and they get it and they just get into it and they just beat it and they beat the next one. And it's like, and then some of those games, I'm really good at certain video games. Like,
Yeah.
I'm really good at like Tetris and Dr. Mario and stuff like that. Like, I'm like really, really good.
I feel like you should do some game streams too. Like do gaming streams and do them on Twitch or something.
I don't know. Yeah, I never really thought of that. But yeah, like, I mean, I saw my brother when he was 8 or whatever beat this game, so I know that it's not just like it can't be that hard if people are beating it when they're 8 years old or 10 years old, you know, and I still can't figure it out. So like, just yeah, the perseverance of that. But I've found that
That's so funny. Final Fantasy is definitely one of those ones that when you do beat it, you just feel so good.
Yeah. Well, for me, it was like a lifelong thing where I just like, I don't know. It's hard to put into words, but I feel like when I don't do that often. But there are times where I go back and I'm just like, I'm gonna get through this stupid game. That like I don't know. Almost always when I'm playing a video game like that, it's like it just puts my whole life into perspective. Where it's like,
Yeah.
I look at other people who could beat this video game when they're little and they have like a successful life. And then I look at my life and it's like, in my mind, I'm just like, if I could just beat this stupid game, it'll like unlock this thing for psychology in my brain where it's just like I can get past these struggles. I can set goals and achieve them better. And it's like when I go and do it, it really does like have that effect on me where it's like, I'm not as like phased by setbacks or like I get just better at like setting goals and
Yeah.
keeping them even when that frustration of like, you get something goes wrong or you think you're ahead and then you have to go back. Like that's the thing that is hardest for me is like the idea that say you're building up your YouTube channel and you get a certain number of subscribers.
Yeah.
And then it can go down like the like you could I had 500 subscribers and then it goes down to 487 and you're like this fucking sucks. Like
Yeah.
I'm trying to get to 1,000 and the fucking numbers can go backwards. I forgot about that part. Like that to me is the most frustrating thing. Like I can make progress and then someone can come and take it away.
Yeah, I agree with that. It's funny. I finally cracked, I think, 2,000 subscribers.
Oh, nice. Congratulations.
And I have no idea. I think it has to do with the live streams. It might have to do with something Frank was going to ask you, which is, he said, question for Adam, how do you get such handsome guests on your live streams? I'm guessing. Oh, I did watch a little bit of the psychopath test one.
Oh, you did?
Yeah.
What did you think of that? That was kind of a random live. Like that was one of my weirder ones.
I was a little confused because I came in like I didn't see the entire thing. I think I watched a little bit of it live, and so I wasn't really sure who the guests were. The part that was confusing,
like which one was the psychopath?
Well, no, the one that was confusing was there was like this random guy from like New Zealand or something, and
he just showed up.
And he was like eating fries or something, but then like he's just kind of like, yeah, okay. And everything you were asking him, he was just like, yeah, that's me. And I'm like, so did you like just randomly get called by a psychopath in New Zealand?
So this is what's it. Okay, so let me explain what happened.
So anyhow, I was curious just to know a little bit.
So I was talking to a friend of mine, and it just came up randomly in conversation that he scored very high on a psychopath test. And my friend doesn't seem like a psychopath at all. He seems like a really nice guy. So like we were just actually. So yeah, you remember you started streaming and I left a comment. Oh, I was just about to stream, but it's like I had technical difficulties.
Yeah. That's why I checked in on it
with that friend. I was like working on this and like trying this, and it was like we were just having every possible thing that could go wrong. Echo, and he didn't have headphones. Maybe we could try Skype. Maybe we could try this. I mean, it was just like 3 hours of that. But through that 3 hours, we had this kind of content of what we wanted to discuss. And one of the main things was this idea that he scored high on the psychopath test, so I wanted to do the test. So I started streaming, but he had, his phone died or something, and it was like, I was just kind of like going through the motions of it. and reading about it and stuff, but like he wasn't. I didn't have my guest, so that and I just put my link out there. Link is in the description to join. So every once in a while, random people like that weird Bible. I don't know. I can't remember the Bible guy, but like just because I put my link
you
out.
have to recap it. Recap it as much as you can without kind of spoiling it for people who might want to check it out.
The Bible guy.
Yeah, because I don't know if I saw the Bible guy. Unless
Oh,
the
no,
Bible
no,
guy
that
was
was-
the guy.
Do you remember there was some guy that was like we thought it was a robot thing at first?
Oh, that guy came again?
No, I'm sorry, Josh. I was just saying like I put my link out in the description, so sometimes people show up like.
Oh,
that,
okay.
that Bible
I'm
guy,
sorry.
Sometimes
Okay.
like this random. So this
For a
random
second,
New
I
Zealand
thought you
guy.
were saying the
Oh,
Bible
actually,
guy
Josh, I think
returned.
you met the New Zealand guy. Weren't you in my stream when he came on with Pixar filters?
Oh, that was him.
So that's the same guy.
Okay.
So that's Benny. He showed up again. It was like,
Yeah,
oh,
I'm
isn't
glad he
that
ditched
same
the
guy?
filters. Yeah.
He actually did. He came back with another filter too. So, anyways, I was just kind of like, well, my guest just wasn't able to show up. So then I was just kind of like Benny was just kind of going and getting sandals and chicken or whatever. It just became kind of interesting. I don't know this guy. Like I don't know him any more than you do. Like he just showed up. That was all I knew of Benny is that one time he showed up with Pixar filters for a few minutes.
Yeah.
But yeah. So then my friend showed up. That the guest that I was going to interview is a psychopath test. So he showed up, and we were going. So then we were going through the questions, the psychopath questions. And it turned out that my friend didn't seem to have these traits at all. It was just from what he said, like it was like a scam where this website like made it seem like he had a high score, but they tried to charge him money to find out more or something. I don't know. I still don't quite understand exactly what happened. Or supposedly that's what he said. Maybe he really is a psychopath and he just lied about it.
Yeah, that's true. He could just be prepping you.
He may have been lying. But yeah, so anyways, long story short, as we were reading through those questions, it became very apparent from Benny's reactions to the questions that he might be a psychopath. Like he chuckled at so many of the questions in related to them and then started talking about how he related to them. It was just like, I think we may have actually genuinely had the psychopath guy that Benny just randomly showed up and he was kind of like openly joking about being a psychopath. I don't know. It was like he just related to a lot of the questions.
That explains.
So
Okay, because
then,
like when I came on, I was just like, "Why are you guys giving a psychopath test to a guy in a restaurant?" like okay, that puts a lot more context to it.
So then he came back with a filter, and did sort of a second psychopath test with Benny the second time, as he was like pretending to be someone else. I can't remember who he was pretending to be. But at that point, it was like full-blown psychopath. Like his answers were 100% psychopathic.
That's interesting.
I don't know. It kind of degraded into R-rated material and stuff. It's funny because Frank was in the chat and I was like, "Hey, Frank, feel free to join us." But Frank told me afterwards, he's like, "I didn't want to come into this fucking psychopath. Like, what is this crap?"
Yeah, I mean, I
Psychopath
kind of can't blame Frank for being like, yeah, do I want to hop on a stream with a bunch of psychopaths?
Yeah. Well, I can see in retrospect that that's what it comes across as. When I was initially, I was saying, okay, this is really fascinating because...
It was fascinating.
Well, no, it did end up being interesting. But to me, it was like, okay, my friend who I'm pretty sure is not a psychopath at all,
yeah,
somehow got a high score on this. So it would be so interesting to see him answering the questions and just... Like, how could he possibly get that high of a score?
Yeah.
What is he even saying that gives him a high score on this? But he just got a 2% or something. Like, he got a very low score. But then it became interesting because Benny showed up and he seemed to, like, I'm not kidding. I think he really is. I don't think he was just joking around.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, part of it was he was joking when he answered, but he really did... Like, from his reactions to the questions and stuff, I think he really is a psychopath.
That's a high possibility. Who knows?
And
actually,
he was
it's a pretty low probability.
Like, he was just like, I don't give a fuck. Like, he thought it was kind of funny, He's just, like, so nonchalant about it.
Did you ever read that book? There was a book called The Psychopath Test.
Oh, no.
It's... Oh, my gosh. I think it's... Was it John Ronson or something? That... Anyhow, like, it's this journalist who went around and gave. He was writing an article about psychopaths, and I think he had interviewed a really famous psychopath.
Huh.
And then through that, he got really interested in this test, the psychopath test.
Yeah.
And he decided, like, I forget what it was, but he, I guess, like, right after interviewing a psycho, had kind of talked about it with, because he had another interview, because he's a journalist, with, like, a CEO of a big firm.
Uh-huh.
And he was like, oh, like, you know, I had to ask him, like, these questions and stuff. And the guy was like, oh, give me the test, you know, just as a joke. And he gave him the test, and the guy was just like a full-blown psychopath. And so he got this idea to write this book where he's like, I'm going to give all these wealthy people, like these high-power CEOs, like the psychopath tests, because I think they might be psychopaths.
Uh-huh.
And it's a really fascinating book. It's all about the test and then what kind of came out from his research, which was that, like, yeah, a lot of high-performing CEOs are actual psychopaths.
Wow.
Which is really cool. I don't know. It's an interesting book. It was just fascinating.
Yeah, so you heard some of the questions on that test, right?
Jake said it'd be difficult to diagnose someone in one of the dark triads without an expert surveying their ocean and background.
Ocean?
Was there like an ocean in the background with a dark triad or something?
Is it a typo?
That top 10 ranking CEO positions thing that is repeated and infinitum comes from. Okay, Jake, you got to just hop on. Do you want a link, bud? Give me 2 seconds, too. I got to wash my fingers because they're covered in ink. But yeah, Jake, if you want to hop on, let me know. I'll send you a link.
Yeah, I'll just say while Josh is washing his hands, I was very surprised. If you haven't seen one of those psychopath tests, the questions are so blatant. They're just like, do you just like steal from people and lie and cheat and steal and just you don't even care? And like your philosophy of life is just to take advantage of people? It's like, how does anyone answer yes to that? That
makes me curious. Sorry, I'm going to wash my hands in a second, but like one of the things I get curious about, Jake, I sent you a link in case you want to hop on. I did notice this, like with diagnostics, though, like there is a diagnostic criteria, but generally the assessments for those things are way more subtle. And I think part of it is because a lot of people will think they're like psychopaths and they won't read the stats on it. Like it's actually very rare, right? Huh. It's like incredibly rare that somebody would actually be a psychopath. And so I think people will make the mistake of kind of drafting these things based on the DVSM or whatever it is, the Dinosaurs versus Marsbot test.
Right.
And what I've heard from like people who work in psychiatry and stuff is like that generally the diagnosis is, I think Jake was kind of alluding to this, but it requires a lot of like physical observation. Okay, and they'll ask questions that actually have nothing to do with the diagnostic. Basically in a way that it would be impossible for somebody to go in there and be like, I'm a psychopath and fake it, you know?
Basically, like, it's more or less that they have to be interviewed in a very subtle way to reveal their big five. That's the OCEAN acronym.
That's it. And I think that's what that author did as well, where he went through the psychopath test, but it's like you don't conduct it in a way where you're like, oh, how do you feel about robbing people? It's more like there's these like weird questions where it'll kind of get that result, but it's all through like these subtle hints and stuff. Also, Chris Caligu is in the chats. Chris, if you want to hop on, you can. I know you have like a newborn sleeping and stuff, so if you don't want to keep that kid up, I'm literally only going till about 2 in the morning. But Chris, I can get you a link. I'm gonna disappear for a second though. So Jake, Adam, talk about psychopaths. It's fun.
How you doing, Jake? How you been?
I'm a bit overtired. I'm trying to stay awake for like 24 hours. So I got 7 hours left until I can start to like clock in. So yeah, I'm definitely deep in night gang.
Oh wow! What's the reason for that? Like, sleep schedule or something?
Just had this messy schedule. Like the whole last week, and it definitely affected my productivity and my like function along with
Yep.
other people. And I'm supposed to be be watching over a dog tomorrow, so I will have to be in a nominal shape, or at least in accordance to rest of society, where I'm at least. So
Right.
I can't play America time in in my time zone as much. But yeah, you're sound up and going. You're doing well after recovering.
Yeah, doing well. I was streaming for a long time and I slept for like almost 24 hours straight and then got up today, so it's like I'm well rested. But
Oh,
like I
that's
stayed
good.
up a couple days and then I slept just like the whole freaking day after that.
How are things? How are things with you, Jake? I mean, again, I don't want to like. If you don't want to talk about it too, you don't have to, because I'm sure there's like tons of news. But I do get concerned with the part of the world you're in. Like, I hope you're okay.
Oh yeah.
Although that I might seem close, I still am far away from the Balkans and the Slavic countries. So
That's
I'm
good.
lucky. I'm lucky that I'm at least a little bit far away from there, conflicts wise. But it's a growing concern considering that I'm one of the NATO nations, or like I'm in one of them.
Yeah,
And so I don't know what my future will bring if there were to be like a conflict or uh, wide out scale.
yeah. Similar here. I mean, we're a little bit further away too, but it's like I'm an American, so my sense of geography is very like stereotypical American like senses of geography. But to be fair, my sense of geography with my own country is like that, where I think Adam, like one of the first times I talked to him on stream, it took me like 10 years to figure out, and he's on my side of the coast, right? And it took me like 10 years to figure out like where exactly his city is located, so it's like anyhow, sorry, just qualifying that. But yeah, it is a like tense situation. I'm trying to like I this year I've been really trying to kind of parse, because I like paying attention to politics, and obviously if you guys have like watched my streams and stuff, I'll get into politics. Like, I don't mind talking politics.
Right.
But at the same time, like this year for my own health, I've definitely like taken a more distant approach to it, because I just get it just there's points where like the information isn't really benefiting me or anyone around
Yeah.
me. It's just like
Yeah,
making
it's
me
like
bummed out and stressed.
regurgitating.
Just
Yeah,
like that.
New,
I do that at
just
times
like
too.
new coat on it.
exactly. Yeah. Or like it's true stuff, but it's like it's stuff I'm like completely powerless to do anything about. So
Yeah.
it's
It
like
can be really stressful, yeah.
yeah, so I've taken a really conscious effort to not pay a lot of attention, but obviously with this situation, I want to like know a little bit of what's going on, because I think that's kind of important, considering some of what's going on could literally lead to a giant world war. It's like I kind of want to know,
And it's like
but it's hard to parse.
you can't stay disconnected from the from life.
Yes.
Although that we could like goad ourselves to the end of to the end of the world, like, oh, politics does not affect me.
Yeah.
It does.
Yes.
And we are in nature a very political animal, and we like to do that because we either have stakes or we have some kind of like empathy at play into it.
Yeah.
But like, to each their own when it really when it suits them to be like interested or engaged by it. But as for like artists, it's a super toxic thing. It's like the worst thing that you can like be, I think, obsessed over when you're an artist. Like the top three is probably, oh, I'm gonna have to like think of a third one that is like really distracting as an artist. Self-criticism, politics, but the worst of one is Twitter.
Yeah, that's good. That's a really good one.
Yeah.
Uh, Chris just said, I've been following the news and trying to learn about the complex history of the countries. There's so much to parse through beyond the headlines. I totally
Yeah.
agree.
So like Russia really wants to get in on it because of historical disputes,
Yes.
or at least when it came in with the excuse of Crimea. And although that there are overlaps and interconnections between the countries, they they seem to lean on heavily on the whole like past
Yeah.
to cover up for the actions of like the present, while the whole like game was basically changed post World War II, and uh, now it's more or less the more like the borders are already set, or like trying to be like within the perimeters that there have been like carved up and all that stuff after the Soviet Union.
Yeah.
But it seems like borders are constantly moving, or there's like an innate desire to just get out there and still try to follow our middle age ways of just wanting to divide and conquer or expanding. And
Yeah.
so, like the great fear with when it comes to like Russia, for especially like those states that were post or no that were ex-Soviet,
Yeah.
um, like Lithuania, Estonia, the whole like crown, close up to
Did we lose you, Jake? Oh no, we lost Jake. Hold on. Oh, I think he got disconnected. That sucks. Oh. That was really interesting too. I was like
too much
super.
inside information he got. Clean.
Yeah, I know. It's like, did he talk about the secrets of the
Didn't the same thing
NCS?
happen? Yeah, didn't the same thing happen to Jim Luhan?
Yeah, that's
It's
true.
becoming a pattern. I better watch what I say.
Well, I want to hear like that's a bummer because I was really enjoying what um Chris just said. Oh no, what happened? He's been silenced by the Soviets. I hope not. I hope everything's okay. That was a really interesting. I really hate when the internet like disconnects somebody when they're saying something like super fast.
Yeah, like right. It seems like it always happens right at the most crucial part of something.
Yeah, and I was like, I actually was like completely in on that. So Frank just said, I don't remember being interviewed. Interesting. Oh, here we go. Here's Jake.
Interviewed.
All right, Jake, you got cut out. Chris Calagua in the chat said you got cut out by the Soviets. Oh no.
can you hear me?
Yes.
Yep.
Yeah, he was right. I had to like take out an XKGB here for a second.
It's true.
So, like
what
the
people don't realize is that Jake Pfister is a secret agent. Sorry for blowing your cover there, Jake.
wow, thanks, man. I'll call out the snipers for this once, just once. So yeah, one of the great fears about the Baltic Sea is that the countries that are located there might be annexed or being expanded upon. So entering Ukraine with Belarus,
yes,
will secure that sort of like land into the Black Sea, and also there's a thought of maybe expanding over to I don't know what the territory is called in like English. We call it White Russia. It's a small like section, a port section of separate from like the mainland of Russia, but it's but just close to the Baltic Sea. So Belarus connects like border wise to White Russia, and the thing could be that their expansion over there might be so that they could like isolate the other countries up further up north from White Russia. That is Estonia, Lithuania, and all that.
Yeah,
and Latvia.
it's crazy dire too, because it also sets a really weird precedent, because like you were saying with the kind of idea of like solidified borders, we've had this like strange period. I mean, it's not like the world's been peaceful, but there have been fairly stable borders, um, to an extent. And I think the idea of somebody just kind of messing with borders that we thought were kind of set, it can also embolden other people to do the same thing. So like if, yeah, I mean, this could, it is not, it's definitely not a lighthearted thing that's occurring, or is potentially at risk.
Especially not with like autocracies like China and
Yeah.
Russia.
Yeah.
But
And it's tough too, because like a lot of people will kind of like bypass those concerns, but I think they're kind of forgetting the history of like, they're like throughout history there's just some strange people sometimes that just get this idea of like, yeah, I want to take over the entire world, and like it's not like we've moved past that. Like there's still people out there that might just be like, yeah, let's just aim for that again. The problem is we have like a lot different technology and weapons, and so like a war like that would not just be like a low cost event. It would potentially destroy the planet. So it's
but I don't put it much into like the face of the whole like leadership. I'm very critical of the cabinet that are in control as well, or like the higher powers, not like institutional. So the Kremlin has just as much of a blame, if anything, just like Putin, if they were to go to further escalation.
Possibly more so. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And the Duma don't seem to be appreciative of it. The lower house, that is essentially like the opposition. It will be like the House of Commons in Britain, I think. Yeah.
Yeah.
But
strange times.
It's sort of like surreal to see like all this tension just brew up now.
Yeah.
And such a hot button issue is not like for the faint of heart. I live with people that are very sensitive towards these things because of their own anxieties and things.
Oh yeah, and I definitely don't want to breach or bring up anything that's going to cause anxiety either. So
yeah, but I'm like, I don't feel like the severity of it being that we are going to enter a world war. There are so many other things to be considered to like concern ourselves with that could just happen at random.
I agree.
Like one little like error in a code for like a nuclear launch, and then we're all fucked. And it didn't have to be even triggered by a war or like a response.
Totally.
At all.
I mean, there was even a situation a couple of years back where there was like a faulty
the Hawaii
sent to Hawaii.
Yeah,
that there was going to be a nuclear attack, and like it literally could have led to like a complete nuclear war, and it was literally just like a logistical error.
It was just like a very faulty setup of a system. They had two buttons, and the person that was like manning that pressed the wrong button.
Yeah,
it was such a simple system that it was foolproof to like
foolproof until you introduce human beings into the equation, and then also just forget that there are fools. So I don't want to like linger on it too long. It's just it is an interesting balance where you're right, that can be totally crippling for an artist. Especially, I mean, so we were talking about the LANCS, and one of the members of the National Cartoonist Society is this lady, Ann Talanis. I'm going to probably butcher her last name's pronunciation, but she does like political cartoons, particularly is famous for doing these like hilarious caricatures of Donald Trump. And she's the first artist to kind of make him look like he just had like this red splatter on his face. Check out her work. It's great. But anyhow, she was a guest speaker for the LANCS. And for her, like she's a political cartoonist, so she should be paying attention to politics, right? That's her job. But like I mean, so in her case, it's like it would be kind of stupid. She'd be out of work if she didn't pay attention to politics. But I do agree it can be crippling for creatives to get like too lost in kind of what's going on, to where like, you know, especially if it's going to cause anxiety or like for me, like I just get really angry. And sometimes that's good anger that can be fuel. And most of the time it's like, I just need to pull back a little bit from it, you know?
Then again, it's not like we do have like the strongest works that have come out of those like periods of war have always been like the ones that have stood the test of time.
Yeah, agreed.
And it's still sort of like within our like linguistics, within our like cultural memories and all that.
Yeah.
But it seems that that memory isn't retained as much, or probably repeated enough, because everybody's like memeing about 1984 this and 1984 that, but really breaking down 1984 is a whole other like can of worms that you cannot even imagine, and that had happened. Like everything that they say like can happen because 1984 told so. No, 1984 came out of like a different approach and time, but like spun around to like fictionalize it so that the evil that brought that system upon itself isn't contextualized really. Nobody can like foresee the like an axis or the total evil, I would say.
I agree.
But like one of the strongest indicators, at least, that can make like an open door situation for everyone is that if everybody's thoughtless and not like stand critical, or at least lose sight of being critical, that's when you can invite the vampire.
Yeah, I agree with that. I think so it's like it's a hard tension to kind of live with, where it's like you have to kind of be informed, I think, but you also have to like balance it with also trying to be creative and productive. And I think if you're gonna get heavy into that stuff, you should use it actually as fuel.
And that's one of like the worst aspects of those that pry upon people who are like in a fair state, is that artists aren't really afraid. They have too much courage. That's also one of the few like detractors that they want to have like get rid of as soon as possible, unless they toe party lines. You want to remove the community, like the commune, the safety of commune, by removing the religious priests and the figureheads that spares communal spirit. And then you want to remove the artists, because the power of the artist is that they could mock the fair, or like the attempt of the fair.
And one of the powerful weapons against like sort of oppression is humor.
Yeah.
And artists. Artists are tough to combat too, because like if you make a beautiful piece of work, it's hard to argue against beauty, because even though people might pretend beauty doesn't exist, it's really hard to argue against. And it's hard to argue against a good story. I agree. That's why we should all be concerned equally about like people like burning books and stuff. Like, you know, like people banning and getting rid of books is not I don't care where it's happening. That's stupidity. If that's happening, that should be a pretty big warning for people too, I think.
Sometimes there are like context dependency on whoever you're like burning books or whatever. But I do get like this. I do get like this disgusting blob of like, I don't know, inner turmoil whenever I see like they use a different like cause, but basically outright execute like a function that has been comparable to um, like filtration of wanting something good, but they take out the supposed bad when like the bad isn't really that bad. So I just saw like this TikTok or like a short video the other day about some kids who were going around like this book like library in the high school, taking out supposed white authors or books by white authors, men, and chucking it down in the container outside of the school property. And that kind of like stirred me because they I don't know if it was like done as a joke, but I don't really like it when I see books are just like being thrown out
Yeah, I
just
think
because of some trivial or some substanceless standard or factor.
yeah, that would bug me as much as like the kind of folks who were like burning Harry Potter and trying to get
Yeah.
mouse not taught in schools. Like,
Mm-hmm.
I feel like that's all kind of in the same camp. It's I tried to kind of express this idea, Adam, to you on a different topic, but this is definitely a theory of mine that goes outside of just like anarchy or like political extremes. I really do believe that just extremists in general, like I do believe in like a circle, like an idea of a circle of like behavior where I think extremes, like even burning books would be something where I think of that, like it doesn't matter what dictatorship it is or like what branch it is, the burning books and getting rid of artists and suppressing like freedom of thought and stuff, it kind of just transcends time and goes to like most major dictators. Like it doesn't matter like what realm of dictatorship it was. It's just like a common thread of like those societies, you know? So whether it's like burning a library in Rome or it's like burning books in like the Nazi regime or like burning books in the South or burning books wherever, it's like it's still like the same like weird mentality that leads to that. And it's like I feel like people just go to this extreme where they meet. Like you have your like left extreme, your right extreme, and then when they get super extreme, they meet like at the top in like this crazy town circle. I don't know if that makes sense.
In a sense,
That's my theory.
it's more like an affront or an offense by acting like through the act of like getting rid of progress, you know?
Yeah, and I think the problem with it is it's like it always is done with like what people think are good intentions, you know?
Yeah,
like,
but
it's always
then again,
it's always the
then
parent
again,
who's
then again,
concerned about
intention.
their kids' well-being in
Yes,
a
but
school that wants
these
to get rid of all the
intentions,
classics.
these intentions, aren't they just bad memes?
Yes, that's a good point.
Because it seems to me like political political extremists
Yeah,
always seem to be manifesting and try to act out on behalf of the meme that they want to preserve, want to pass down, and that has to be taken out competitively by doing certain acts, and those acts will be to destroy opposite or competitive memes that challenges their ideas and their thought set and their ideologies, and so
why the
it
circle
will
of
be
destruction of memes? Why not just let the memes be?
that is like the eternal competition that we have to deal with.
Yeah, I dislike it. I feel like the best case scenario would be let the best ideas win, and we're in
Well,
a
how can you
world
be
of,
sure that those best ideas that you think of are the best ideas?
well, that's the only way you can be sure is in an area where you can have like a free flowing form of idea, freedom of press, a freedom of speech, right? That's where I get all like America about stuff because I'm like the only way that the best ideas rise to the top is where you have like a free exchange of ideas,
Mm-hmm.
and you also have an educated populace. So
Yeah,
it's
but
like
it doesn't stop there, does it?
no, it should, but it doesn't.
No, and it shouldn't, because it's always it's always vigilance.
Yeah.
Freedom is vigilance, as that one meme goes around when it comes to like liberty, or at least American liberalism.
Yeah.
And it's a good preservation, or at least like a preservation of excellence, because individual excellence is always appreciated, especially in the US. But being aware of what type of ideas that are possessing you
Yeah.
is uh, just like unravels a bunch of things that you might have thought that were good, necessarily weren't so good in certain amount of like situations, contexts, and times, and
Yeah.
especially in like a state of mind.
Yeah. I mean, like, I think that's why I like the idea of a free flowing of information, because it's like basically in a market. I mean, this is a theoretical thing, and Adam, you can chime in if you disagree or are bored or anything like
Sure,
that.
yeah.
But it's like,
I actually might,
yeah.
but I don't know what you're to say.
But at this point, it's just like, I like the idea. I know this is an overused concept, but I like the idea of a marketplace of ideas. And to me, I feel like in an ideal society, and maybe we're not there yet, but it's like, I do think like the approach should be trying to get there. You'd have like a free exchange and a free marketplace of ideas. I'm not saying like a free market, because I'm not a big fan of the idea of the free market, but a free marketplace of ideas I'm all about. Like, I think a library with all the books, the most toxic books, the most salient, brilliant books. You just have everything. I really do think that's the solution. I think it's like a lot of it is just knowledge, having an educated populace, and having a free exchange of ideas is going to lead to the best ideas rising to the top. That's my hopeful kind of humanitarian side. However, I also know that like societies can pick really bad things. There's a lot of undereducated people. There's a lot of people who think they're educated that aren't. There's a lot of flaws in that, but that's my like little idealistic idea, is that in theory, like Jake, like you and I would talk about our ideas, and then like maybe if like you made a compelling enough case, I would change my mind, right? I think that's the scenario that at least I'd like things to be in, but I also realize like not everyone's like that. Like, I've met a lot of people who, if I ask them when was the last time you changed your mind, like it might take them like a month to even be able to answer that, which to me is really concerning, right? Like, if somebody can't change their mind, like that's problematic, right?
No, it's more that it questions your adaptability to certain things, because everyone is of their time.
Yeah.
And like the worst part about living as a human being is that we're living a linear time, and the people that have been growing up since like the 50s have a wholly different like frame of reference to people that were born in like in, say, for example, like the 2000s, like post Twin Towers, because they knew of a different America, they knew of a different like cultural connection pattern, the whole like change that have come and gone, the people that they have lost and all that stuff, and the adaptability of how they had to like go through the waves and all that stuff is wholly unique to them, while it's for us who are living in parallel with them, although while younger, we have to deal with our own sort of like limited time frames and all this stuff. So like it is really hard to call out whether those memes that we want to see procured or preserved and populate the marketplace of ideas are good ones, because there's always going to be competitive levels that are either too abstract or too intellectual for others to comprehend, because of our differences in like thinking. Some have very linear thinking, others have quite open, like free flowing, node based thinking, database thinking, and all that. So it's a bunch of like random shit that we we don't we don't have control over, except for ourselves, fortunately. But it's the awareness of it that I think that it starts with.
Yeah, I agree. And like my only hope is just to at some point like encourage societies that like regardless of whatever ideology, it's like have the idea of like open discourse, conversation, like actual challenging of ideas, like not just having like singular ideas, but you know, in theory, the idea of like things that can be challenged. And I gotta disappear for another few seconds. Man, this is the downside of manually inking. Is like I guess I'm just a really sloppy inker. I'm amazed, Adam, that you don't have to wash your hands all the time.
I do, but I mean not as much. But
Yeah, because I look like a coal miner when I'm working. So, all right, that was an insult to coal miners. I apologize.
I actually love it. I love that about inking and painting is
I do too.
like
Until it starts
getting
smudging my
paint on your
face.
pants, and then you have to go to the grocery store and just people see that you're an artist. Like there's something about that that's so romantic or something, or romantic in the general sense.
Yeah,
Like,
there is like a war paint vibe to it. You know, it does feel good. Like whenever I go to bed and I have to wash the ink off my face, I'm like, yeah, that's right. I just got back from my
that's interesting. I never thought of it like that.
got back from my
Wearing
hard
your
time
heart on
the
your
page.
sleeve.
Yeah.
All
Yeah,
right,
there's something.
I'll be right back, guys.
There's something about getting ink on your hands. It's just I love it. Like I there's something about it that I can't quite explain why it appeals to me so much.
Yeah, it's that high of pigments. Just mixing in good with the grooves in your hands and the sores. Oh yeah. But what's your perspective about what we discussed about before that?
I'm not really sure. Because it was kind of a lot of stuff that you guys were talking about. So, like, what would be you asked
Just
what's
try
my
to.
perspective?
You can
Like, what's-
find any entry point. You can like go for any entry point whatsoever. Doesn't have to like be strictly about where we left off.
Sure, yeah. I'm not really sure. I guess my tendency is to think, okay, so like you guys were talking about censorship and banning books and stuff, for example.
Yeah, partially. Yeah.
My tendency is to think, at the very least, okay, say you have a library,
Mm-hmm.
there is some decision making that goes into which books are going to be in the library and which ones aren't. So that already is inherently going to be unequal.
What is?
Curation in the library.
Yeah. So if you have a library,
Yeah.
for better or for worse, there has to be some decision making as to which books go into the library and which ones don't.
Oh, agreed. Yeah.
So you're
and
going to kind of
there's-
start all the way from the beginning. You're going to start with sort of this inequality of it's not fair. It's not an equality of ideas.
Yeah, I mean, pure equality is like it's a concept that just is not ever going to come to fruition.
Sure,
It's
yeah.
like it's
And
like
then
it's the golden compass by which I think we should be guided, but it's like it is a physical impossibility, even on a resource level, right? Like where like conflicts and stuff, like even war conflicts. Like there is limited resources and like people vie for resources, like unfortunately, like if you and I, like if all of us were like stranded on a desert island and I got to feed my kid and there's one coconut, like there's going to be a fight, like or there's going to be a compromise, but the point being, like, unfortunately that's just kind of like a crappy part of human nature. But the great thing about rationality, I think, is like we can kind of hopefully like try to fight those baser instincts and make things a little more equitable, for people. But it's sad when there's like conflicts like this that are potential, and then you look at it. This is my feeling on it, and I'm just speaking from the gut or whatever. But it's like looking at what's happening with like Russia and Ukraine. It feels kind of like, I don't know, like if you watch somebody with like a match just like light something on fire that didn't need to be burnt down, and it's just like, you know, they're gonna throw the match, and you're just like, why? Like the whole time, just like, why even? Like, what is the purpose of this? You know, it's like, that's the feeling I get from it. I don't know if that makes sense, but it's very depressing to me.
Yeah, I can see where you go. Yeah.
Just because I just don't. You know, you want to believe, at least as a human being, I want to believe in progress. And I constantly am disappointed. If you come at things from that framework of wanting to believe in progress, quite often you will find yourself disappointed, you know. But I still want to believe that there's a possibility of progress and like less feuding over borders, and, you know, I don't know. But I know I also realize that's very idealistic and not easy to strive for, because again, it's like the library without curation. Like, you do need curation. In theory, you want really educated curators. But then like that gets into like, well, what are they educated with? You know, like, are they educated by like Goebbels or something? Like, that's a different kind of education, right?
I think
that's actually the point I was
go
going to
ahead.
make, Josh. Is you mentioned in an ideal society you would have an educated populace, but it, you know, what they're being educated about is totally going to be deterministic about what the society does. Like,
Yeah.
and how are you going to, if we're talking about ideals, I don't think that anyone right now has the right conclusions and answers of what to teach about, name any topic. You know, like, how do you educate a populace if we haven't figured the world out yet?
Yeah, and I think like, how do you figure out the world if you don't have an educated populace? It's a cycle.
Yep.
I think that's why, like, I know it's weird, but I do get kind of snotty about the idea of the institution. And I know people don't always like that. Like, people don't like the idea that like academies have a purpose that goes beyond just training for work. I really think like people getting a broad perspective on things is like really important. I think like I enjoy like talking to Jake. I don't know if Jake and I like agree on everything politically, or if we're like, you know, in agreement on everything. But one of the things I appreciate about conversations with like Jake is like he reads like books on theory, and Adam, like, I totally don't buy the underwater dinosaur thing. I just don't, right? From what I've read so far. But I appreciate it. Like, it's weird, but it's like I actually appreciate that you have a passion and it's something you're interested in, and you've read a ton on it, and like you are kind of aware of what you're talking about. So like, to me, I think that kind of like backs like a little bit of what I think might be part of the solution, which is like kind of encouraging more people to like study history and to study the humanities and to get a broad idea of philosophy, so they can like have some kind of ethical framework.
Yeah.
Because I mean, I think people who haven't thought about ethics are exactly the kind of people who are, you know, more than happy to just kind of skip over a border, even if it's going to potentially cause like a global conflict, you know?
I think like one of the things that I read up or like saw once was that during collaboration, rationale or rationalization is not done by one person, but it's an activity that every party does. And I was thinking about like this whole curation thing with the library, and at some point there has to be some kind of rationalization involved with the members of staff that has to like pick out the books or like choose which books are going to be within that like library. And although that there are clearly bias existing in like each individual, there at least an area of rationalization as to why that book should have its right to exist within the shelves of that library. And
Yeah.
so thereby that throughout the negotiation and laying out the case, there will be then a form of like half and half, or like meeting halfway.
Yeah.
And if they're representatives of like different areas and different expertises, different ages, and all that stuff, the better,
Yes.
because you don't really want the same homogeny of people to rationalize and then already leap into a conclusion without going through the necessary process. It's like putting the cart before the horse, right?
Yeah, I think in theory, Adam, like I think what he's talking about is kind of equivalent to almost like, and I know you may not be a fan of this, but it's like, and I think even if you don't agree with the current peer review system in science, it's like the theory of it is a good one. Maybe it's the implemented practice isn't being done right, but it's like the theory of peer review is a really good way to try to prevent bias in curation.
How so?
Oh, hang on. I do want to get in. So because of it's kind of what Jake's talking about, where it's like you basically, if you're in a scenario where you have to pick like what are going, like, okay, we have 1/8 grade class. What are the great books that we should have people read
Sure,
that are
right,
fiction, right? It's great if you can have a giant group of people. Maybe one studied the classics, like one studied the Romantics, one studied the postmodern writers, right? Like, and in different regions, right? So you have like people who are talking about, you know, like American history, world history, global history, like different. And like Jake was saying, the more the better in this process. They can kind of come to a consensus and an agreement of like what should be included. And there is a little bit of democracy in that. So of course there's some unfairness, but I think the idea of like the meeting of all those minds and like the kind of peer review process where it's not just some asshole who's never read a book, like coming in and being like, these books shouldn't be read, who hasn't read them, you know? There's so much going on in the chats, and they mentioned not being in the chat. So I wanted to mention Peter joined, Peter Palmiotti, and Frank Salazar said, speaking of psychopaths, that was a pretty good joke. And then also Frank said, America, heck yeah. Boo non-Americans. Sorry, Jake. I know, it cuts deep. Chris
No,
said,
actually, I do have that. I have been considered American by a Floridan. So,
oh, I love it. Chris said it happened before where a single person averted nuclear war. Soviet officer Stanislav Petrov ignored his orders.
Yep.
Which is amazing. And again, like, this is the thing that's great about like getting more informed and educated. You also start realizing what a knife's edge we're all resting on daily anyway. Especially if you start reading about the universe and you realize like all it really would take is just like a single like meteor and we're all done, you know? So we got Chris saying, despite systematic faults, I like to believe in the goodness of individuals. I'm mixed. I like believing in the goodness and the inherent evil of individuals. I feel like you got to kind of believe in both, but I tend to go on that good side. And then when people in mass like choose to do something really idiotic, it bums me out. Frank said, oh, he was, Chris was saying he was working on a kids show. Because Chris was, I believe, earlier on saying that he can't hop on because he has to stay somewhat focused on his deadline. By the way, everybody should check out Chris Gawagia's work. Have you guys checked out his stuff, Jake or Adam?
I don't think so.
I think I may have looked it up on Google or something. I don't remember off the top of my head.
Okay, it's Sketchboy01. I think is his handle on Instagram and stuff. But
cool.
It's super. Like, Chris is one of those guys that I'm really like. I'm nerded out by like what's happened in his career. so, you know, we were friends in college when like we were all like absolutely nobodies, and I mean he's gone on to like do storyboards for like Dead Mouse music videos, and like he did art. He's, you know, Michelle Obama's that show that's on like Netflix. It's like a kids show with like a waffle or something.
What?
Anyhow, Chris did like all the
Michelle
concept.
Obama in a waffle.
Yeah, she came up with like a kids show. It's really hilarious and cute, but Chris can plug it. But basically, he's in the credits for it. He's like,
Oh, nice.
he's a legit like he did like a bunch of cool stuff for Disney. He's just like a really
What is the main
crazy
thing
big
that
artist.
for like the thing that he does himself, his own stuff? Like, what is like
Oh,
the
Sunless
style,
Cir-
or like what is it? What is it?
the
or
Sunless Circus. He's done like a bunch of comics. They take place in this world that's like a sort of steampunk circus.
Did you guys have him on Artcasters ever?
Yes, yeah, we've had him on. Yeah.
I must
We'll
seen
have
his
him
stuff,
back
but
again too. Just
can't remember.
we got to align our stuff. But anyhow, check out Chris's stuff.
Awesome.
Peter said, "Oh my gosh, let's see." Oh my goodness, I'm trying to catch up. Like we missed so many. Sorry, guys. Frank said, "I had to get rid of Jake. He knew too much." That's when you cut out. This is how far
Oh
back
wow,
we
yeah,
missed
way
track.
behind.
Chris said the idea of the power of humor can go so far like the role of the jester in a medieval court, for sure. Frank said what he means is he got some takeout from KFC about the taking out. That's hilarious. Death to Smoochie is a great kids show, Chris. Peter, I give you props for that. Death to Smoochie is an amazing movie. I love that movie.
Yeah, it's really good.
That's like one of those movies that I went in with really low expectations, and then I was like, I think this might be like the best movie all year. Like at the time, it was like kind of profound. It's really good, but really good dark humor. Frank said some years ago, Germany went to war not with a country. No, they chose the world, and it was a close one. Yeah, for sure. I actually heard somebody recently.
Wait, who said that comment?
That was Frank.
Oh yeah, that's a Norm Macdonald joke.
Oh, okay. It's a good one. But I actually, this was a shocking thing to me. I heard like a millennial the other day talking about how, and this just like seemed to me just to be like the weirdest thing, where they were talking about how really we should just always be searching diplomatic solutions. And I think they said like if we hadn't entered, and this was in regards to the U.S., where they made this claim that like if the U.S. hadn't entered the war and we had just kind of like sat back idly, like that Russia would have just taken care of it and the war would have been over. And I was just mystified.
What?
I was completely mystified by it because I was like, and I think their justification for it was they were like, well, Russia did like invade, you know, the section, like a section of Germany during the war. And I'm like, yeah, because like they were able to because their resources were depleted fighting U.S. troops all over Europe. Like, but anyhow, it was just mystifying to me because I wish people would study history, you know, because I think like there's younger people who may not be aware of like how much like allowing a large country to just kind of take over other countries and just freely cross borders and sort of try to look away, it can be a problem. That's
If
all
I
I'm saying.
remember right, Russia and Japan hasn't like quit this one conflict that stems from the Sino-Japanese War.
Yeah.
Because there's like this contested landmass like further up in Hokkaido that supposedly belongs to Japan but is owned by Russia.
Yep.
It's been like that since like the pre World War.
Yeah. It's complicated, guys.
Yeah, it doesn't take much effort to like get into geopolitics. If you want to start somewhere, watch TLDR World or TLDR Europe or Asia or TLDR US.
Yeah.
Or start to watch the most base geopolitics channel, Caspian Report.
Caspian?
Caspian Report.
Okay.
Based.
Yeah.
What does that mean? Based.
Based is a internet.
No, do
terminology for
not
awesome.
use the drug. No, it's not. It's not a drug term anymore. Stop. It's semantically drifted away from that. It now means cool. Okay.
I also thought that based had like origins and all your base Rs belong to us.
No.
Oh, really?
Okay.
I thought based meant like someone who is very just open about smoking meth. I thought
Yes, that's the drug thing from like the 70s.
like they're
But-
just like they don't give a fuck. They'll smoke meth or they're
Yeah.
crackheads.
Freebasing.
Just they don't even care. Like they're just hey,
But
don't
so-
judge me. Like and it's just this like
So in
considered a
modern
cool thing.
Yeah, in modern internet terminology, based is just like that was a based take. Like it's like if you it does tie into that in the sense of it's cool and I don't give a fuck.
Like cool and I don't give a fuck the same way that someone who smokes crack and doesn't even care does, right?
Yeah, except that
Is
I
that
guess
still the
the
meaning
crack
of it?
would be taken out of it, and it's just like a based take would be like somebody just saying
Oh,
something
okay, so
that's
the crack-
fearless but cool.
The drug part. Okay, so that's what you're saying, Jake, is that the drug part is no longer part of it.
Yes.
No, not necessarily. Could be
I
used
mean-
as a term of affirmation.
Yeah, it's kind of like I mean, I think a lot of things. Yeah,
Like it's reciprocal in the sense that, oh, that was a very base take of you.
like if Jake were to say something I thought was awesome but a little gutsy and ballsy, or he's just speaking truth but it's like a hard truth but it's a really good take, I would say that was a based take.
You would wait, Josh. When you say
I
you
don't
would
think
say that, do you mean you literally would say that, or
No, I was saying if I were using common
if you
internet
were to
parlance.
okay, yeah.
Funny you should say that because there is this stream channel called Break the Rules, and they discussed fairly recently about how bass has like shifted away from drug culture. Or
Oh,
in the I think it was the West Coast that had like that whole thing, or was it the East Coast who used that? Either of them. When the like the meth, when like the meth crisis in the 70s were like really up there. So it was discussed like how do people apply the word based, and there was a whole slew of like people that came out, and I was one of them that like wanted to comment on it, and I argued the case for that word being in a transitory like state where based could also be like a very superficial or very low standard person.
Yeah, I agree with that.
But that's just like another like usage that I've seen open in the wild and picked up on.
Yep.
Was for how it got to that point of like the internet lingo. I think it's just like the same way that other words are just like filtered in to like this great meme machine sort of, and they're just like endlessly replicated into like having a sort of like a different meaning. So when you say something being like bad, you mean like cringe, and like
Yeah,
a couple of years before that, it was AIDS
yeah,
or cancer.
or Karen, Chad,
yeah.
all of
Yeah.
that stuff. Yeah. You know what's interesting is the this is where it gets complex though, Adam, because somebody could like even if somebody was meaning it as a compliment, or you might think, okay, based is now a compliment. They can also say based in a sarcastic way and be completely saying you're making a stupid take. So
Well, what's
it's,
interesting to me is
it's like
it
any
might-
slang where it has a lot of nuance depending on how it's delivered.
Yeah.
I think if you think it's a compliment to compare something to smoking crack, it might be a compliment for you and an insult for me, though.
But that's the thing is like no one using it, at least the majority of people using it online are not even using it in any reference to crack.
Or just oblivious to it being like an actual like reference to a very specific thing.
Yeah.
That's just like cultural reference at the
It's-
time at a place, you know.
Yeah.
And then
it's
it's
kind of a
outdated
meme
and
like
just
rad.
like renewed.
Yeah.
You know, like that whole like
Like rad.
episode, that whole episode in like South Park. You know, with the motorcycles.
I don't. You have to recap it, and then we have
So-
to get back to attending to the chats because we got like some crazy awesome stuff going in the chats.
Yeah, so like there was a whole like debacle when this episode was created about the use of the word F. You know, the FA, the bundle of sticks one.
Oh yeah, yeah,
Yeah, and they decided to take a whole like 180 and just try to apply it to someone who's like really loud, and then it's just called every motorcyclist who were loud and
Oh,
brash.
that's right.
That word.
Okay. That's hilarious. Okay, yeah, I think I did actually hear that, but yeah, I'm glad you didn't quote it entirely.
Yeah, it's
I'm
like
glad
the
having a
same
monetized
methodology.
channel.
So that whole like methodology happens like online too, but
Yeah.
in certain corners, and then just like spreads.
Yeah, and
Like a
usually it
virus.
starts in like really dark corners, and then just
Yeah.
kind of becomes like, yeah. Okay, so probably Adam, it probably did start out as a reference directly to crack or whatever, and then just kind of filtered out to like where it's just become, yeah, like rad or cool. Which, by the way, a lot of our slang comes from drug culture. It's kind of weird. All right, so Chris. Oh, Chris just noted what the show is called. It's called Waffles and Mochi. It's a little education, like Sesame Street part travel documentary cooking show with puppets. It's actually pretty awesome. Oh, did I skip ahead too much? Oh my gosh. Okay. Chris was saying, I think the difficulty currently isn't the lack of flow of information, but the broader public discerning the quality of it. And that's true. I think discernment's a huge thing.
Yep.
Chris said, I think we're always going to support the education we got from a school that taught us more than just art, non-crazy expensive state schools. I agree. I have met a lot of people who graduated from trade schools or like art schools, and their knowledge of history or like broader concepts of like philosophy or psychology are like so lacking that their art ends up being really flat and stale because they're not really thinking about like the broader humanities. So I'm all about that. Like get a broad education and then a specialty. Frank said, I left for a minute. How's the baby? Did someone call me? I heard romantic. Funny, Frank. We're talking about the romantics, dude. It's a whole movement, and it is very romantic. A lot of humanists in that movement. Let's see. Brianna joined. Welcome, Brianna.
Hey.
Let's see. Okay. Frank said Texas owns the Alamo. Thank you, Davy Crockett. That sounded like a very Texan statement. I'm just saying, if you're a Texan, you got to be proud of the Alamo. I've had to draw that thing so much. I will say this without speaking as a representative of where I work, but next time you're there, Frank, pick up a keychain because there might be art that I did on it. Chris,
When did you do that, Josh?
do what?
Alamo keychain art?
I can't get into specifics, but I will say if you're ever at a resort or like any sort of place that's like a vacation place in the broader U.S., I've probably made like half the souvenirs there.
Okay.
I can give you more specifics off air on like
Okay.
the telltale sign that they were made by.
Just because I have Alamo souvenirs.
Okay, well I might have drawn some of them. I don't know how old are they.
That's what I was asking you. Is that when did you do this? But it's probably from before you would have even been working on stuff.
Yeah, because I've been there about 7 years, so anything before would predate me, but might be made by the company I work for.
Okay.
So yeah. But anyhow, and that goes for like almost, yeah, it's shocking how many resorts and stuff. But anyhow, I thought that was cool because Frank could definitely pick up some stuff I've made there at those stores. Brianna said life is adventurous at the moment. That's cool. Let's see. Okay, Chris said words are weird. They're so dependent on consensus. That's true. And slang is even weirder, especially compliments, right? Like where something that starts, like for instance, think about the time when bad was a good thing. That's kind of a weird one, right?
What?
Like calling someone a badass is a compliment. That's a weird one, right? Because
I don't
technically,
know.
like saying somebody's bad and has a bad ass. Like it's just like a whole weird thing. But somebody's a badass, that means they're like tough, like they're cool, you know. That's
Yeah,
kind of
but
a
I
weird
think
one.
that came out like during like the that has like a 50s ring to it, like when that word was like
It does, and it's an outdated
applicable.
one. But I'm just saying it's still
It,
strange.
it feels flat, really,
Yeah, but it's
to younger ears.
yeah, but it's still strange as a compliment if you like really deconstruct it. It's like, you know,
Yeah.
'cause, like now I don't think people think twice about the like being like if somebody was like, Jake, you're a badass, like you'd be like, yeah, thank you, you know. Like you wouldn't be like, wait, you're saying my ass is not looking good, or like, oh, my donkey's a wonderful donkey, you know, whatever. Yeah, parlance is weird, but you're right.
That's where the
That's
hyphen
definitely-
comes in.
What's up?
That's where the hyphen comes in.
Hell yeah. Let's see. I love that. Chris was saying in that South Park episode, I liked how they defined bike curious. That's funny. And then Brianna said, when writing a novel, it's so tricky. My editor used to give back many notes and say, this is slang, you know, this is dialect, this is a figure of speech, etc., etc. Yeah, that happens. Sometimes some of it doesn't translate either. I thought it was pronounced Moki. Are you talking about Mochi? I don't know what he's talking about there. Okay, I have no
Mochi.
idea. I'm imagining he's talking about Mochi. Yeah. And then Brianna K. Wielder said, always give me the most rewrite work. Okay. And then Chris said, sick drawing, dude. English is weird. Yeah, that's another one is sick, which is, again, very outdated. Like, although I used that far after it was outdated, because if you skateboard, you say sick. Like,
Far out.
yeah. Far
Joshua's-
out's not used at all.
Joshua
Like,
is the pastor
unless maybe
character
you're
that you
surfer.
did voice work for.
Who?
Who is the pastor character?
Oh yeah. In that one, I said sick too.
Okay, I
It's
was
just hilarious.
curious. Is that scripted, or did you say sick because you're Joshua Kemble, or was it already scripted?
I think it was like a mix. I think that one might have been riffed. It was like the sick. I can't even remember what I said.
For
Sick
some reason, that stood
something.
out to me. I was like, oh, I want to ask Josh about that. I wonder if that was like Pastor Kyle, right?
But I don't use sick in like a church context. That would be really strange. But yeah. Pastor Kyle uses exaggeratedly hip and cool. That might have been me improving there, because it did seem like an out of touch pastor kind of term to use. Radical Josh caught up. All right, we were caught up. Caught up with chat.
Here's one
We're getting
for,
cheered by chat.
Here's one for the Californians. Hello.
Hella is not for my Californians, man. You're talking the wrong side of the coast. You could start a turf war there. That's a NorCal term. Don't bring your hella here.
That's why I said California, not SoCo.
So it's funny though. Hella is actually one of the There's this fake rivalry between Northern California and SoCal, and hella is like a very Northern California word. So Southern California, we get teased by Northern Californians for saying like all the time because we're all from the valley. And then they get teased for saying stuff like, that's hella cool. It's like, what are you, Canadian? What is that, hella? But I did a t-shirt design for a guy that was using the Cal logo. There's a college up there that has Cal, like C-A-L, as a logo. And we did a treatment that said hella in that typeface. Same typeface as Cal. But yeah, even Chris was like... Chris was like, specifically Northern California. We SoCal kids are going to immediately notice that. Yeah, it's funny. I don't know if you guys have that. Like, I'm sure you do. Like in your region, there's like regional conflicts, and that's like a huge one. Where it's like, don't mix up NorCal and SoCal. Is there any of that in Washington?
Eastern Washington and Western Washington are like totally different. Like, it's just completely like one is very rural and conservative.
Adam, you guys don't have like a gum wall? And no, I'm messing with you.
Well, it depends on what you mean by you guys. Like, isn't that in Seattle?
Yes.
Yeah,
That's
yeah.
far
Oh,
away
oh,
from
I
you.
see what you're saying. On the yeah, no, there's no. I mean, there's yeah.
I was
there's-
trying to make the same mistake where I'm just gonna like
But yeah, I don't know of
associate
any like
everything about Seattle with
regional,
you.
like a regional rivalry or something. It's hard to say though because like everyone around this area, well, sorry, not everyone, but a lot of people around this area are strongly influenced by Portland culture and Seattle culture. Like those are two big places that would be very influential around here. So you do see kind of like trends and stuff from Portland coming over here a lot.
I know for a fact that like Portland and like the broader Oregon have conflict.
Sure, yeah.
I remember it is really Portland's pretty close to Washington though, because I had a friend who lived in Vancouver, Washington, and we would take like the like just it was like 2 freeways, and like in like 10 minutes we could pick him up.
Yep.
So it's
Yeah, I
like
think-
right at the border there.
I don't remember.
Which
It
would be
seems like
kind of
it
cool
takes-
to live there because I'm like, you could like drive for like an hour and just like buy a new car and not pay taxes on it.
Yeah, people do that all the time. If you're doing like a major purchase, like
Hell yeah.
just get your friend from that lives in just across the border, across state line, and no taxes on it.
I mean, that's rad because like that can save you tens of thousands of dollars if you're talking about like a big purchase, you know? It's too bad you can't buy a house in Oregon and then move it over. Because then you're talking about like substantial tax savings.
Wow.
This is me talking about tax stuff because I have that on brain. It's something I have to do soon, and I hate it. I hate doing taxes.
Not financial advice.
Not financial advice. Thank you. I like Jake. I like the side announcer disclosure kind of thing.
Thank you.
All right. I'm going to disappear for about 10 more minutes, and we're probably going to start wrapping up in not 10 minutes, just for about a second, but we're probably going to start wrapping in about 30 minutes, if that's cool.
Yeah, that seems all right.
All right, sweet.
Are they
Adam,
like?
you're making mad progress on that page, man.
Thank you. I'm really at this point just kind of touching it up, but these 2 pages are like totally done at this point. I think. Although I do want to touch up this border with some whiteout.
You know, you should ask the chats whether, like, the question you were asking, and ask Jake too. The question you were asking about whether you should sit on the issue or put it out. I think it's relevant. You know.
Sure, Jake and the chat, if you guys want to participate in the question. So Toad Road, like I released Toad Road Comics #1 in December, which is not very long ago.
Mm-hmm.
And my initial plan was to do just 1 issue every year. So for 2021, it was issue #1, 2022, issue #2, etc. But I just have finished issue #2 of Toad Road Comics so much faster than I thought
Okay.
that it's next month it'll probably basically be ready to go to print. And I'm just wondering, like, what is a better plan to finish it and just put it out and just put out the next one when I finish it, or to kind of more, spread them out and let Toad Road #1 take some time and then wait for the next one. You know what I mean? Build it up a little more.
So we're getting into like logistics territory.
Yeah,
And
it's a
territory?
logistics question. Yeah, it's just kind of like,
So-
what is a better marketing plan? What is,
Yeah, I
but
think.
also the question. Sorry to cut you off, but part of the question is like, okay, actually, I'll hear your opinion before I give mine because I don't want to influence your opinion.
Sure.
All right, so I'm back, and I wanted to address something in the chats, and then I feel like I'm interrupting something. So whatever you're about to do it in a second. But let's see. Brianna asked, "Do a lot of comic graphic novel artists make their pages by hand and traditionally?" And I'd say like probably a lot of the ones that. Actually, I was gonna say me and Adam, but I think Jake reads a lot too that are traditionally done. In the indie world, that's kind of the norm. Like if you look at anything put out by like Drawn and Quarterly or Fantagraphics, that's sort of the norm. Like the majority of cartoonists that I really dig do everything by hand. It's part of what made me, when I was doing 2 stories, be like, I'm going to start hand lettering. Like Jacob's apartment isn't hand lettered. It's custom lettered. So like this type was custom built in Illustrator, but I hadn't quite taken that step. Some of it's custom, like that's hand lettered, but most of it is digital. Although the inks and everything else are hand done. And then I decided, I took like a trip to a couple museums and saw some artists I really admired that did everything by hand. Actually, including Kevin Huizenga, who's another really great cartoonist that Adam's work kind of reminds me a bit of, like the style of cartooning. But yeah, like that's what made me want to do hand done. But like mainstream stuff, nah. Like mainstream, most of it's digital now.
As for me, I don't really give a fuck. My creative process either swings like mixed media or just either or in my creations. Mostly now it's been digital. But then again, I try to not be too picky about my mistakes because I really want to feature my mistakes digitally so that I could show that I improved gradually rather than being like fine-tuning it and grindstoning it as easy as it would be like as much luxury there is in like digital, at least retain some of the mistakes so that it feels handmade to a degree.
And I'm going to be dipping into that a bit with the book that that my sister wrote that we're getting at. It's in editorial right now, but like once that script comes through, that whole thing's going to be fully digital. But much like Jake's describing, I'm doing it in a way that will retain some of the hand-done stuff, including, even though it's digital, I'm still going to custom letter it by hand. But it's just going to be done in like a loose fashion, which I think actually Jake's stuff, where can people check out your stuff, by the way, Jake, to see the style you're talking about?
So you can find my comic Bone Meal on Newgrounds. It's uploaded every Friday at 3 p.m. CT. You can check out the work either through Twitter or on Newgrounds with the same handle that I'm appearing in the screen right now at JTwister. As for like answering Adam's question when it came to like the logistics and the whole thing with Toad Road, how many pages exactly is it? The second issue?
I think it's going to be 20 pages. The first one's 16. This one's 20, I think.
Right.
But they're big. It's like a magazine size, so the pages are pretty large.
All right. I feel a bit conflicted upon how to like deal with that, but if you could describe the process to me as to how you're releasing them currently.
It's print on demand.
So it's only print on demand through Indie Planet, right?
Yes, yeah.
And you haven't made like a digital option for it.
Well, on Indie Planet, you can buy a digital copy, I guess, if you technically want to, but I don't understand why anyone would fucking want to do that. But
yeah, word. Sorry.
Yes. Although that I'm
and really, if anyone really wants a digital copy of it, I'll just give it to you. Like, if you want to read Toad Road and you just want a digital copy of it.
Wait, so like after release of issue 1, did you jump straight to production of issue 2?
Yeah, I was already in production on number 2.
Because if you're already in production of issue 2 and you're wrapping up and going over 3,
yeah, 3 has already started.
I don't see a reason to like delay releasing at least 2 or possibly theoretically 3 issues
again, Jake,
a year.
Based take, dude. I 100% agree. Jake is a badass. That's all I'm saying. I agree like 150% with his take on that.
I really don't see like the issue if you're
this is the think of it this way. Like my initial plan was 1 per year, 2021 1 issue, 2022 another issue. So in principle, if I only did 1 issue this year, 2022 is issue number 2, would
Mhm.
the timing of it make sense to go issue number 1 in December, and then already in March, the third month of the year is already the second
No,
month?
wait for April. Every fourth month, if you could.
Oh, that's a good
No,
goal.
well, the point is, if I did 1 issue per year, 1 and 2 would
Not
be
if you
pretty
bump it up to
close.
2.
Yeah.
If
I
you
like
bump it
that.
2 issues per year, and then you have like a 4-month production and cleanup period in between, and then you have like a rest period at the end of the year, so that you don't produce as much, but like get restitution from the project, so you don't feel like you're trapped in the whole bubble. You could start a production again the next year, and then go for a 4-month period.
Yeah, and my take is like if you're not working with like a publisher, I still side with the idea of just put it out as you get it done, and like the less time people have to wait, the better. But I do agree with like the idea of like allow yourself a little bit of time, like maybe a week or two for like build up, press releases, all that kind of stuff. Um, there's so much going on in the chats that are cool. Okay, so
And I'm gonna have to ask you before we go into the comments again. Do you have a press
Okay.
kit?
No, I don't.
Maybe you should consider creating one, so that you can like share it with potential people that could like showcase your work on sites. If you're ever contacted with
Sure,
a
yeah.
journalist or something, because that would be probably handy for you to considering your business side of at least.
yeah, that's
As
actually
much as
really
like the focus on the books are important and like distributing them and all that jazz, you also want to make yourself present and available through that stuff too. So give them a little bit of snippet of Toad Road or possibly other works through a press kit would have helped you a long way too. Just like to build a pipe.
Yep. That's really good.
Cool, yeah, thank you. I think Josh and I were actually planning on talking about
Yeah, like
how to
press
put
releases
together a
and stuff.
press release and stuff.
Oh yeah, nice.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
not as hard as or like mystical as people make it, you know. And I think it's one of those things of like it can be really time consuming, but it's definitely worth it. I've seen some fruit from it, especially locally. Like if you want to hit like local papers and stuff, that should be no problem. Okay, so there's a lot of cool stuff going on about the hand lettering thing. Where let's see. Oh, Chris was also talking about Valley Girl Speak does exist and Vocal Fry as well in California. Yeah, you definitely have a lot of those girls who are like, and then it was just
Like, oh my gosh.
that's crazy. Anyhow,
Oh, is that what that's called? Vocal fry?
Vocal Fry. That
Vocal Fry.
It's
I know
great.
someone
Sorry.
that does that a lot.
Yeah, and what's sad is like it's also a pet peeve of a lot of people. So I apologize for even pressing that. Although I'm guessing I probably have a little bit of vocal fry anyway because I'm in SoCal. Frank says I gave my answer about. Oh, he said that's hella cool. I can't catch up with what he was talking about there. Okay, Frank was saying he does his lettering digitally. Brianna was saying it looks so amazing to see a fully drawn tangible page. I agree. I think Adam might agree with this too. I have no beef with doing digital work. I do it all the time for work, and I'm going to be doing it for a full graphic novel. But I will say there is something really beautiful about indie comics in particular and the dedication to the craft where people actually sit down and do it like the old way. And there's something aesthetically cool about it. Like I am fully convinced that it makes a massive difference when something's hand lettered. Even if it's digitally hand lettered, it's got like a better blend with hand done art. Okay, Chris was saying I think it's getting more rare these days with graphic tablets getting more affordable. I do admire the heck out of seeing an analog page though. Love seeing the nuanced details. And then he was also pointing out there's a big difference between the indie and the mainstream. Frank was saying, I do it traditionally if I knew how to work my scanner. I have boomer tendencies. Brianna was saying, I understand that very well. I only had horrible experiences with cheap scanners. I can't imagine making it work. I would recommend everybody get a scanner. I'll tell you a trick for getting a decent scanner. Usually they have these big like inkjet scanner packet like kind of things. Like they're like a big box printer. It's like a generic all-in-one printer kind of thing, right? The reason those are good is they're usually on sale, especially if it's an outdated printer. And what you want to do is get those because they tend to have not just scanners, but they tend to actually have like large, like 13 by 19 scanners. And you can usually get them for a really cheap price because, again, when like the printers are outdated, the scanner just kind of like, again, you can get a really good deal and get a good scanner and just don't use the printer, you know? So throwing that out there as like a way to get a good scanner for people. That's what I did. I got like an HP, like all-in-one kind of thing, and it's mainly because it's got a 13 by 19 scanner, so I can do large scans of my pages. The other catch is when you scan through Photoshop, like scan through like your art programs. Don't just use like the scanning software, because if you use the scanning software, you're bound to get like a very crappy scan. And scan at a really high resolution. Always scan in full color and then convert to grayscale later on.
Yep.
A bunch of little tips, but yeah, scanners are not as mystical and hard to get a hold of, and not quite as expensive as people think either. You can find a good all-in-one online, probably used or refurbed, for like next to nothing.
For me, I purchased a kind of like an advanced type of scanner.
Nice.
It looks like a lampshade, but it's a scanner. And I've used it for work when I was scanning my 11 by 17 pencils.
Nice.
One of my first comics that I actually started to do with my Wacom, I used the scanner as well because I wanted to do like all the pencils before I started to like do the real work.
Cool.
And yeah, the Caesar Aura, really good.
Ooh, I want to look that up. And I'm also curious about the lampshade look. In my head, I had like a Madman era lamp. I'm like, it's a cone?
It kind of looks like comically like a Madman era lamp, yeah.
That's awesome. So you can kind of pretend to be...
I'll send you the model.
I actually really want to see it. Okay, Frank was also saying... this is in regards to releasing, Adam. He said, Adam, release the issues. We talked about this. And he said, I don't require press kits for the Tarako Creative Cast, but I appreciate them. And he said we had someone send us a press kit before. It's good to know. Yeah, so, all right, we're about to wrap because it's getting close to the 2. Did we complete all loops of conversation, or was there like unresolved stuff?
Not what I could remember, and I'm really foggy at the moment. But Adam, anything? Did you get an answer?
I think there might have been some lingering things.
Okay.
But
Touch on them.
Do we want to bring it up right now, or do we want to start winding down?
We can
Sure, we can do an item.
We can do an item that is not like heavy complicated.
So as we wind down tonight, how you guys? I don't know. I don't want to bring up anything.
Sure. Do
Adam's like, I got to bring up the heavy philosophy guns.
There was a couple things that we were talking about that we didn't resolve, but it might not be, the timing might not be great to just bring it up right now.
No, just go for it.
Adam and I were, yeah, that's true. We could go for it, and then I'm just gonna have a hard out.
We'll evaluate it.
as Adam mentioned too, when I was saying, hey, I got a hard out at like 2, he was like, okay, we got to make sure we don't get into like anything deep or interesting like right at.
Yeah, well, because
The
you say
problem
that
is
to me a
Adam and
lot,
I
and then it's
always
like
do it.
I
Yeah.
feel kind of guilty if we keep talking, you're like, well, it's like 2:40, it's 3:20, like it's like you said you're gonna leave at 2, and it's like
Yes.
past 4 a.m. and it's like
Okay, so we'll get into whatever, and we're gonna end it at exactly 1:50. So we got 10 minutes. Name one unresolved thing, and we'll see what we can do in 10 minutes with it.
there's no way it would take 10 minutes to talk about.
Well then let's get like 5 minutes into it. Whatever. I'm down. I'm down to dip in for a second. Chat will keep me accountable.
How about
Chat,
this? Let's save
keep
it
me
up
accountable.
for next time, and then that way, if it does become a longer thing, we can talk
Ooh.
about it in depth.
Okay,
Yeah.
I like that.
Because I don't
So
think
we'll-
either
we'll
of us
save
have
it
the
next
self-control to be like, well, let's just save this for later once we've started it.
that's
up.
true. That's true. You and I are both people who like once an interesting topic comes up, we'll go ahead first.
And it's
in.
hard. Do you find it's hard to end a live stream?
I the
Don't
problem
you
is-
dare, Adam. You're trying to stall.
No. That's good. That actually is giving us content for the next 10 minutes.
Shit.
I do think that live streams are a strange beast where, and Adam, I'm curious your take on this too, but it's like, I feel like when you start a live stream,
Mhm.
for me, it's always like a weird act of faith. And I always have like this feeling in the back of my gut where I'm like, no one will show up. No one could care about what I'm doing.
Oh, that's a good point. It's hard to start one.
And then once I started, it's a little awkward. But then like, it's hard to end them because once you get kind of a flow of conversation going, and it feels like you almost have to end them when they get really fun. And, it's kind of like hanging with a friend where it's hard to like kind of have that thing.
Yeah,
Chris was asking, what about a teaser for next time?
yeah. Okay. I'm afraid that if I say the topic of the teaser, it's going to lead to conversation, and I'm going to keep you up for the next 2 hours.
No. Chat will hold me accountable, you guys.
When
Hold
has
me
that ever
accountable.
happened, though? I think I just let's break the pattern, Josh.
Break the cycle.
Break the cycle. I'm
I
gonna
like it.
actually leave this. I'm just gonna leave
I like that.
at.
Oh,
like
wait.
2
Okay.
I'm gonna leave at like 1:55.
We
no
have
matter
a
what.
we have a perfect out. So right now, let's just let everybody know where they can find everybody's work, and
Sure,
we'll just
yeah.
call it. I actually think that is the socially responsible way to do it. Frank was saying, end it now, leave us in suspense. I love it. Okay, so we're gonna end it now. So I'm going to just throw out there that like you guys are on my stream. If you enjoy these live streams, a really good way to support them continuing is to subscribe, like, share, and comment. Another good way to support these streams is to support my work. So if you haven't yet, make sure you've pre-ordered my comic book Jacob's Apartment that is coming out through Graphic Mundi. But you can get that at any major bookstore and pre-order it, or ask your local comic book shop or bookstore to order it. And then 2 Stories is my graphic novel that's out now, and you could pick up a copy for a discounted rate at Amazon, looking for 2 Stories by Joshua Kemble. All links to those things and other news and future projects and stuff are on joshuakemble.com. Thank you to everybody who's on the stream. All right, Adam, where can everybody check out this Toad Road issue 1? And you probably want to get that before. You never know. Adam might be releasing issue 2 tomorrow, so you want to catch up and make sure you're reading issue 1 now, just so you're like caught up by the time he releases issue 2. Where can they go do that?
Yeah, you can get Toad Road comics right now. Number 1 at indieplanet.com, INDY and just type in Toad Road Comics or my name, Adam Lore. You can also see my, I've been live streaming a lot lately on my YouTube channel, which is just my name, Adam Lore. You can see Josh over there and a lot of the same people that are showing up around here. And in most of my videos, there's also a link to Toad Road Comics #1 and
Love it.
my music as well, actually. So
Yes.
thank
Jake,
you.
that was a based announcement there, Adam. All right, Jake, where can everybody check out your work?
I'm a fucking Christ. Okay. People can find me on Twitter at JTwister or on Newgrounds at JTwister, and where they can read for free, entirely free, gratis, as some other people would say, Bone Meal, the existential Kinder Egg, where you do not know what you're gonna get for every week on Fridays at 3 p.m.
I love that pitch. Did you call it an existential Kinder Egg?
Yes.
That's gosh, Jake. I gotta like run some pitch ideas
It's based.
by you. Yeah, that was very based and badass. But anyhow, so
What does that mean? What does that word mean? Kinder
Well,
egg.
that is the unresolved bait that you're gonna leave a cliffhanger for. Fuck, now I feel cheated.
No, a Kinder Egg. No, we can't even get into this. It's too late in the game. You gotta look up a Kinder Egg.
Isn't that illegal in the U.S.?
I'll look it up.
All right.
We still got a few minutes.
So, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to wrap it. I think. Brianna said, "Haha, glyphhanger stream style." A glyphhanger is when you use a glyph in typography and you leave it hanging. Oh, I love that. I'm going to use that. But I think that was a mistype.
Let me end it too with like a typography humor. So, what is the favorite? What is the favorite typography in Northern California?
What is the favorite? Is this a question for a joke or?
That's the question for a joke, yeah.
Okay, the favorite typography in I have no idea. What is it?
In Northern California, Helvetica.
Ah, that was really, man. You're on fire, Jake. You are firing on all cylinders tonight. I love it.
It's the 3 p.m. humor or the 3 a.m. humor. I'm sorry.
All right. Well, thank you to everybody who showed up in the chats. And again, that'll do it. That's basically it. It's fun to see Adam's pages, and I think what you guys should do if you go to Adam's streams is just constantly mention that he needs to release issue #2, because at the end of the day, I think there's a broad consensus. It doesn't make sense to wait. Just put it out.
I think so, yeah.
But
and I
maybe
think it's interesting that Jake also said, why not do 2 issues this year? That's my plan.
I like it. And my temptation is just to be like, just do all 8. I mean, why not? I'm joking, by the way. That would be too much. But yes. All right, guys. Have a good night, and again, release the second volume, Adam. All right. Bye, guys.
Sleep well.